War has a way of transforming ordinary beings into heroes. The Clone Wars began as a political dispute, but quickly engulfed the entire galaxy in flames that would forever alter its history. The early days of the conflict saw Master Yoda traveling to the coral moon of Rugosa. His mission was simple but crucial. The Republic needed allies, and the Toydarian king, Katunko, was considering joining their cause. Count Dooku, leading the separatist movement, had other plans. He sent his deadly assassin, Asajj Ventress, to intercept Yoda before the Jedi Master could secure the Alliance. What followed became a legendary display of Jedi prowess. Ventress proposed a challenge to King Katuno. Let her droid army face off against Yoda. If the Jedi Master won, Toydaria would join the Republic. If Ventress won, they would ally with the Separatists. Yoda, accompanied by just 3 clone troopers, faced an entire battalion of battle droids among the coral formations. Despite overwhelming numbers against him, the diminutive Jedi Master moved with grace and precision. He deflected blaster bolts, leaped between coral structures, and dismantled dozens of droids, using nothing but his lightsaber and the Force. The clones fought bravely alongside him, showing the teamwork that would define Republic forces throughout the war. When Ventress realized Yoda was winning, she attempted to assassinate King Katuo directly. Yoda arrived just in time, using the Force to snatch Ventress's lightsabers from her hands. Impressed by this display, Katungo pledged Toydaria's support to the Republic. This early diplomatic victory demonstrated a lesson Yoda often taught his students: true Jedi strength flows from the Force, not from numbers or size. The Separatists soon escalated their military campaign with a terrifying new weapon. General Grievous, the cyborg commander of their droid armies, unleashed a massive warship called the Malevolence. This superweapon carried a devastating mega-ion cannon capable of disabling entire fleets. With a single blast, Republic ships would lose all power, becoming defenseless targets for Grievous to destroy at will. At the Battle of Abrado, the Malevolence wiped out an entire Republic task force. The attack left Jedi Master Plune and a small group of clone troopers from the Wolfpack squadron stranded in escape pods, floating in space with limited oxygen. The Republic command, unaware of any survivors, ordered no rescue mission. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, disobeyed these orders. Ahsoka shared a special connection with Master Plow, who had discovered her as a Force-sensitive child years earlier. Together, they took the Twilight, a small freighter, and searched the debris field. Against all odds, they located Master Plow and the surviving clones, rescuing them just before Grievous could eliminate all witnesses to his new weapon. The Republic now knew about the Malevolence, but stopping it would not be easy. Intelligence reports indicated Grievous planned to attack a Republic medical station in the Kaleida Nebula, where thousands of wounded clone troopers were receiving treatment. Anakin formulated a daring plan he would lead Shadow Squadron, a group of Y-wing bombers, on a direct attack run against the Malevolence. Their path would take them through the nebula, navigating past enormous space-dwelling creatures called Nebraymentos. The massive creatures posed a deadly threat to the small fighters, but this route would allow them to intercept the Separatist warship before it reached the medical station. During the perilous journey through the nebula, several fighters were lost to the Nebraymentos. Those who made it through faced the full firepower of the Malevolence. Anakin initially planned to target the bridge, hoping to eliminate Grievous, but the heavy casualties forced him to adjust his strategy. Instead, they concentrated fire on the ion cannon. As it prepared to fire, the resulting chain reaction severely damaged the weapon. And the Malevolence itself, with the superweapon crippled the medical station, was saved. But Grievous had one more cruel tactic. He lured Senator Padme Amidala to the battle zone using false peace negotiation claims. Her ship was captured by the Malevolence's tractor beam, giving Grievous a valuable hostage. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, along with R2-D2, immediately launched a rescue mission. They infiltrated the massive warship to save Padme. What followed was a chaotic race through the corridors of the enemy vessel. While Obi-Wan sabotaged the ship's systems, Anakin found Padme, who had already escaped her captors and was fighting her way out together. They managed to sabotage the warship's hyperdrive while evading Grievous. When the Malevolence attempted to jump to hyperspace, the damaged drive sent it careening into a nearby moon. The massive explosion marked the destruction of the Separatists' prized superweapon, a significant victory for Republic forces and a boost to morale across contested systems. While major battles captured headlines, some of the most crucial moments of the war played out in remote outposts. The listening post on the Rishi Moon was one such place. Seemingly insignificant, this station guarded the back door to Kamino, the watery world, where Republic clone troopers were created and trained. A group of rookie clones called Domino Squad had recently graduated from training and received their first assignment at this remote outpost. Echo 5's heavy cut-up and droid bait, led by Sergeant Oneiner, monitored transmissions and kept watch over this seemingly quiet sector unknown. To them, General Grievous and Assange Ventress had set their sights on Kamino. Their plan was to capture the Rishi outpost and use it to prevent the Republic from learning about their impending invasion of Kamino commando droids. Elite Separatist units, disguised in clone armor, infiltrated the outpost in a surprised night. Onina and most of the clone garrison were killed by coincidence. Clone Captain Rex and Commander Cody arrived for a routine inspection. Just after the outpost had been captured, the surviving rookies tried to warn them of the danger, but the two veteran officers, mistaking them for the Separatist infiltrators, nearly shot them on sight together. The 5 clones devised a plan to retake the listening post. They fought their way back inside, battling the commando droids corridor by corridor. When they reached the command center, they realized they were vastly outnumbered, with reinforcements arriving for the Separatists rather than allow the outpost to remain in enemy hands. They decided to destroy it. This would trigger an automated warning to the Republic fleet about the incoming attack on Kamino. The resulting explosion attack on Kamino for their bravery. Echo and 5s were later inducted into the prestigious 5,000 1st Legion. Under General Skywalker, the incident at Rishi Moon became legendary among clone troopers, a testament to the brotherhood and sacrifice that defined their service. Not all battles involved grand fleets or superweapons. Some of the war's most critical moments revolved around the Republic's smallest allies. R2-D2 Anakin Skywalker's astromech droid carried vital Republic battle codes and strategies in his memory banks during a skirmish. Above both, Awi R2 was lost in space when Anakin's fighter was damaged. Grievous's forces recovered the droid, recognizing its potential intelligence value. Anakin, against the Jedi Council's recommendation, launched a mission to retrieve his loyal droid before the Peekaboots could extract the sensitive data. The Council assigned him a replacement, R3S6, unaware this golden-colored droid was actually a Separatist spy, with Ahsoka and Captain Rex at his side. Anakin traced R2's signal to Skytop Station, a Separatist listening post. In the end, the Republic team succeeded in rescuing R2 and escaped as Skytop Station exploded behind them. The mission secured the Republic's battle codes and returned Anakin's trusted companion to his side. The incident highlighted how even the smallest allies could play crucial roles in the larger conflict. As the war intensified, capturing high-value Separatist leaders became a priority for the Republic. Among the most sought-after was N. Gunray, Viceroy of the Trade Federation and a founding member of the Council. His capture would deal a significant blow to enemy leadership. Senator Padme Amidala traveled to Ardea during a humanitarian crisis. Her friend, Senator Anaconda Farr, had requested aid for his starving people. Upon arrival, Padme discovered Farr had reluctantly betrayed her, trading her capture for Separatist assistance. N. Gunray, eager to settle his grudge against Padme from their previous encounters on Naboo, arrived to take her prisoner. In an unlikely turn of events, Jar Jar Binks became the unexpected hero, mistaken for a Jedi because he was wearing Anakin's robe. Jar created enough confusion and chaos to help free Padme. Together with C-3PO, they managed to capture Viceroy Gunray, scoring a high-profile prisoner for the Republic. The task of transporting such a valuable captive fell to Jedi Master Luminara Onyuli and Padawan Ahsoka. They escorted Gunray aboard the Republic cruiser Tranquility, bound for Coruscant, where he would stand trial for his crimes. Count Dooku, unwilling to let Gunray reveal Separatist secrets, dispatched Assange Ventress to either free or silence him. Ventress infiltrated the Tranquility, cutting through clone troopers with lethal efficiency. She engaged Luminara and Ahsoka in a vicious lightsaber duel near the brig where Gunray was held. The situation worsened when Captain Argus, a Senate commando guard, revealed himself as a traitor, bribed by Separatist funds. While the Jedi were distracted fighting Ventress, Argus freed Gunray from his cell. In the ensuing chaos, Ventress escaped with Gunray, though not before killing Argus for his treachery. Once his usefulness ended, determined to recapture Gunray, Jedi Master Kit Fisto and his former Padawan Nadar Veb followed a tracking beacon to a remote moon in the Vasic system. What they found instead was the personal lair of General Grievous, filled with the grisly trophies of his victories against Jedi. They had stumbled into a trap set by Count Dooku, who had used Gunray's tracking signal to lure Jedi into Grievous's domain as a test of the general's abilities. In the ensuing confrontation, Grievous revealed his true nature. Once a Kish warrior, he had been transformed into a cyborg killing machine with 4 arms, each capable of wielding a lightsaber taken from a fallen Jedi. The young Jedi Nadarb, overconfident in his abilities, faced Grievous alone and paid with his life. Master Kit Fisto barely escaped after dueling Grievous in his trophy room. Dooku, watching from afar, expressed disappointment in Grievous's performance, but acknowledged the general's continued ruthlessness. These events revealed the lengths to which the Separatist leadership would go to protect their own, and the dangers Jedi faced when confronting the mysterious General Grievous. The unpredictable nature of the clone wars sometimes created strange alliances and enemies. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker embarked on a mission to capture Count Dooku himself, using information about his location on the planet Vancouver. Their initial confrontation with the Sith Lord went poorly, ending with all three trapped in a collapsing cave. Against all odds, they managed to capture Dooku as they escaped, but their victory was short-lived. All three found themselves taken prisoner by Hondo Ohnaka and his band of way pirates on the planet. Florum Hondo, recognizing the value of a Sith Lord captive, imprisoned Dooku in containment fields and contacted the Republic, demanding a substantial spice ransom. The Republic Senate dispatched diplomatic representatives, along with the payment, hoping to secure this high-value prisoner. The unusual situation placed Jedi and Sith in adjacent cells. Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan briefly formed an alliance of convenience, attempting to escape their pirate captives together. But the Count betrayed the Jedi at the first opportunity, poisoning them and slipping away on his own. Anakin and Obi-Wan eventually freed themselves with some unlikely help from Jar Jar Binks, whose clumsy antics created the perfect diversion. Meanwhile, Dooku used the Force to choke Hondo's lieutenants into submission and escape. Amid the confusion, when Republic representatives finally arrived with the ransom, they found the pirates' base in disarray and Dooku long gone. Despite everything, Hondo maintained his charismatic swagger, returning Obi-Wan's confiscated lightsaber with a flourish that suggested their paths would cross again. This bizarre episode highlighted the war's strange bedfellows and shifting alliances. Where today's enemy might be tomorrow's reluctant ally, some of the most powerful moments of the war occurred far from the major battlefields, when Jedi General Ahura, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, and a squad of clone troopers were ambushed during the sky battle of Quell. Their cruiser took heavy damage. They barely escaped in a smaller vessel, but the ship was caught in the larger cruiser's explosion and thrown into hyperspace. Heavily damaged, they crash-landed on the neutral planet. Meriden Anakin was severely injured, protecting Ahsoka during the crash, while he recovered under Rex's care. Captain Rex and Commander Bly scouted the area, discovering a village of Lurmen, small lemurike beings who had fled to this remote world to escape the war. The Lurmen chieftain Tatkar was a committed pacifist. He provided medical aid for Anakin, but made it clear he wanted no part in the galactic conflict. His people had chosen this isolated world specifically to avoid the violence spreading throughout the galaxy. This peaceful existence was shattered when Separatist General Lodur arrived on Meriden to test a terrifying new weapon. The defoliator cannon fired shells that destroyed all organic matter while leaving droids and equipment untouched. It was designed specifically for eliminating living beings while preserving valuable infrastructure. Despite Tatkar's insistence on non-violence, the Jedi knew they could not stand by while the Lurmen was slaughtered. The group of Jedi and clones built defenses around the village and prepared to make a stand against the pre-separatist forces. When Dur ordered his battle droids to advance behind the defoliator tank, the Jedi and clones met them. Hidden after a fierce battle, they destroyed the weapon and captured General Dursum of the young Lurmen, inspired by the Jedi's willingness to fight for those who could not defend themselves, joined the battle despite their elders' objections. In the aftermath, even Tiwat Khr had to acknowledge that sometimes defending one's home and people did not betray pacifist values. The Jedi had upheld their sacred duty to protect the innocent, regardless of political alignment. Anakin and his companions departed Meriden, having saved the Lurmen, but also having learned valuable lessons about the complex moral questions war inevitably raises. The Clone Wars involved not just military conflict, but diplomatic challenges as well. On the icy world of Plutonia, a Republic outpost and its clone garrison had mysteriously been wiped out. Anakin and Obi-Wan traveled there with Chairman Chicho of neighboring Pantora and Senator Rio Chuchi to investigate. They discovered the culprits were not separatists as initially suspected, but native Tau. These furry, four-eyed beings had lived on Plutonia for generations, but had never been officially documented. The Pantorans had claimed the planet as their territory, unaware of the indigenous population. Chairman Cho refused to acknowledge the Tals as sentient beings with legitimate claim to the world. Instead, he declared them trespassers on Panteron land and prepared for war. Obi-Wan and Anakin attempted to mediate, arranging a meeting between Cho and the Tau's chieftain, Tyson. The peace conference quickly deteriorated when Cho rejected any diplomatic solution. He mobilized his Panteran guards to attack the Tals, ignoring Senator Chuchi's pleas for restraint. The resulting skirmish led to casualties on both sides. Chairman Cho himself was mortally wounded in the fighting. With his dying breaths, Cho ordered continued aggression against the Tals, but Senator Chuchi, guided by Obi-Wan and messages from the Pantoran Assembly, took a different approach. She asserted her authority as the true representative of Pantora and called for an immediate ceasefire. Chuchi met with Chieftain Ten and formally recognized Plutonia as sovereign Tal's territory. She acknowledged the Pantorans had no rightful claim to the world and pledged to withdraw all forces. The Sen accepted this peace offering, ending the conflict before it could escalate further. This diplomatic resolution represented a rare bright spot in a war often characterized by destruction. Senator Chuchi's wisdom and compassion prevented needless bloodshed, showing that even amid galaxy-wide conflict, understanding could sometimes prevail over aggression. As the war progressed, the Separatists explored increasingly desperate and terrible weapons on Naboo. Senator Padme Amidala and Representative Jar Jar Binks uncovered a plot that threatened the entire planet. Dr. Nuvo Vindi, a mad scientist working for the Separatists, had established a secret laboratory in the eastern swamps there. Vindi had accomplished something terrifying. He had revived the extinct blue shadow virus, a plague so deadly it had once nearly wiped out entire star systems in its airborne form. The virus killed any living being that inhaled it within hours. Vindi planned to release it into Naboo's atmosphere using specially designed bombs. Padme and Jar Jar alerted the Jedi, bringing Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka to Naboo. Along with clone troopers, they located the underground lab and launched a raid to stop Vindi. Before he could deploy his weapon, they managed to capture the scientist, but not before he had armed several virus bombs throughout the facility. In the chaos, one of the bombs partially detonated, releasing the airborne virus. Inside the sealed lab, Ahsoka, Padme, Captain Rex, and several clone troopers were trapped inside, exposed to the deadly plague. The contamination shields automatically locked, preventing the virus from reaching the surface, but also sealing the fate of those inside. Anakin and Obi-Wan, desperate to save their friends, learned of a possible antidote. The root of the Rika plant, found only on the planet Ego, could be used to create a cure. They immediately set course for this distant world known in spacer legends as the home of angels on Ego. They faced an unexpected challenge. A mysterious energy field prevented any ship from leaving the system. Local inhabitants explained that many had tried to depart over the years, but all ships were destroyed by what they called the Phantom Guardian Droll. After some investigation, Anakin and Obi-Wan discovered the energy field was actually an ancient security system, activated by separatists to trap the population. Working with a young boy named Jabbo Hood, they managed to disable the system and secure the RX route racing back to Naboo. With the antidote, they found the situation deteriorating rapidly inside the lab. Padme, Ahsoka, and the clones were succumbing to the virus. Jar and Peppo worked frantically to prevent any breach in the containment. Anakin and Obi-Wan delivered the Rika route just in time. Republic scientists synthesized the cure and administered it to those infected. The Blue Shadow virus plot was thwarted, saving not just those in the lab, but potentially billions across the galaxy who would have died had the virus escaped. This crisis highlighted the personal stakes for Anakin in the war. His attachment to Padme drove him to extraordinary lengths to save her, showcasing both his tremendous capabilities and the emotional connections that would ultimately shape his destiny. As the Clone Wars expanded, some of the most brutal fighting occurred on Rila, homeworld of the Twi'lek species. Separatist forces under Emir Watermber had occupied the planet, enslaving its people and plundering its resources. The Republic mounted a three-phase campaign to liberate the Twilights from separatist oppression. The first phase involved breaking the blockade around Rilo. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka led this space assault for Ahsoka. It became a harsh lesson in leadership. Given command of Blue Squadron, she led a fighter attack against the separatist fleet, commanded by Captain Maruk. Inexperienced and overconfident, Ahsoka pushed her pilots to aggressively. The resulting ambush cost many clone pilots their lives, and Blue Squadron was nearly wiped out. The surviving fighters retreated with Ahsoka. Devastated by the losses under her command, Anakin devised a bold new strategy. With their forces depleted, he evacuated his heavily damaged cruiser and set it on a collision course with Merrick's flagship. Piloting the vessel remotely, he forced the separatist commander to abandon ship. Moments before impact, the blockade scattered, opening a path for Republic landing craft to reach the surface. The second phase began as Obi-Wan Kenobi landed with the 212th Attack Battalion. Their objective was to secure the Twilight City of Napot, being used as a living shield by tactical droid TX-20. The Separatists had placed captive Twi'leks in and around their cannon emplacements, preventing Republic ships from firing without causing civilian casualties. Clone troopers, Waxer, and Boyle scouting ahead discovered a young Twile named Numa, hiding in the ruins of her home. Though initially afraid, Numa guided them through secret passages beneath the city. This intelligence proved crucial when Obi-Wan devised a plan to free the hostages, while a small team disabled the cannons after liberating Nabot and destroying TX-20. Obi-Wan's forces secured the landing zone for the final phase of the campaign. Master Mace Wu would lead the assault on the capital city of Lasu to capture Wat Tambo and end the occupation. Wu recognized they needed local support to succeed. He reached out to Cam Sinandola, leader of the Twilight Freedom Fighters. Initially reluctant to ally with the Republic, Sindala agreed to join forces after Wu promised R'hllor would return to self-governance once liberated. Together, clone troopers and Twi'lek resistance fighters converged on Lasu, while separatist forces prepared to retreat. Wat Tambor delayed his departure to extract more valuable treasures from Rilo. this greed would be his undoing. In a daring move, Mace Wu and a small team infiltrated Lasu by riding carrier droids across the plasma bridge, connecting the city to the mainland. Once inside, they freed Twile prisoners and confronted Tamber directly at the same moment. Cam's forces attacked from the rear, catching the droids in a pincer movement. Wat Tamber was captured while attempting to flee with stolen Twile treasures. The remaining separatist forces were defeated, and Rilo was officially liberated in the capital. Plaza, the Republic flag was raised alongside the flag of Free Rilo, symbolizing their partnership, though victorious seeds of future conflict were planted. Cam Sinandala remained wary of Republic intentions, accepting their help but maintaining his focus on Rilo's independence. This tension between gratitude and suspicion would characterize many Republic liberations, as the war continued raising questions about what peace would look like if and when the fighting finally ended. Even the heart of Republic power was not immune to the reaches of war. The bounty hunter Cad Bane orchestrated one of the most audacious operations of the conflict. His target was the heavily guarded Republic Judiciary Detention Center on Coruscant, and his objective was freeing Crimelord Zero the Hutt, rather than attempt a direct prison break. Bane devised a more elegant approach. He assembled a team of elite mercenaries, including the marksman Aura Singh. Together, they infiltrated the Galactic Senate itself. During an important legislative session, Bane's team seized control of the Senate building's power and communication systems. They then took a group of senators hostage in a heavily secured conference room. Among the captives were some of the Republic's most influential voices, including Padme Amidala of Naboo. Unknown to Bane, Anakin Skywalker was in the building, visiting Senator Amidala privately. Senate protocol required him to surrender his lightsaber at the security checkpoint, leaving him unarmed when the crisis began. Nevertheless, he attempted to intervene, moving through maintenance corridors to outflank the bounty hunters. Bane, ruthless and calculating, made his demands clear to Chancellor Palpatine: either release Zero the Hutt from prison, or the senators would die. To prove his resolve, he cold-bloodedly killed a Senate guard and triggered an explosive that nearly killed several hostages. Chancellor Palpatine, presented with no viable alternatives, reluctantly agreed to the terms. Zero was released from the detention center and escorted to the Senate building. Once Bane confirmed Zero's freedom, he set his escape plan in motion. The bounty hunters deployed a series of explosives throughout the Senate building as distractions. Anakin, still trying to rescue the senators, found himself separated from Padme. During the chaos, Bane nearly executed Senator Amidala when she attempted to stop him, but Anakin arrived just in time to save her. Despite this small victory, Bane and his team successfully escaped with Zero. They blasted their way out of the Senate using jetpacks, vanishing into the depths of Coruscant before Republic forces could organize a pursuit. The brazen attack on the Senate demonstrated that nowhere in the galaxy was truly secure from the war's reach. The bounty hunters humiliated Republic security forces, and Zero the Hutt escaped justice. Perhaps most significantly, Cad Bane established himself as one of the most dangerous individuals in the galaxy, capable of striking at the very core of Republic governance. As the first year of the Clone Wars came to a close, both Republic and Separatist forces had experienced victories and defeats. Heroes had emerged on battlefields across the stars, yet for every world liberated, another fell to occupation. For every superweapon destroyed, new threats appeared on distant fronts. The Jedi, once peacekeepers and diplomats, found themselves transformed into generals leading armies, into battle clone troopers bred for war, but increasingly showing their humanity and individuality, fought alongside Jedi commanders they grew to respect and even love as brothers behind it all. Darker forces moved in shadow. Count Dooku reported to his mysterious master, the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, whose true identity remained hidden from both the Republic and the Separatists. He secretly controlled the grand chessboard of the galaxy, was being manipulated from behind a veil of deception that not even the wisest Jedi could penetrate. The opening year of the Clone Wars had changed the galaxy forever, but the conflict was only beginning, and far greater trials awaited all who were caught in its destructive path. Secrets can be more dangerous than armies. As the Clone Wars intensified, the shadows grew deeper, and both sides began moves that would shake the galaxy to its core. The notorious bounty hunter Cad Bane returned to the spotlight with his most audacious mission yet. Hired directly by Darth Sidious himself, Bane was tasked with stealing a Jedi holocron from the temple on Coruscant. Not just any holocron, but one containing a complete list of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. The mission seemed impossible. The Jedi Temple was the most secure facility on Coruscant, guarded by the wisest and most powerful Force users in existence. Bane, ever resourceful, enlisted shapeshifter Cato Parasetti to pose as deceased Jedi Master owed innocence with this disguise. Paris City infiltrated the temple library, while Bane navigated the labyrinthine air ducts above. From inside, Paris City accessed security systems and guided Bane past thermal sensors and ray shields. The temple archives, overseen by the stern librarian Jocasta, knew contained millennia of Jedi knowledge. When the disguised Parasiti aroused suspicion, alarms triggered throughout the temple. Anakin and Ahsoka responded immediately, but they were too late. While they apprehended Parasiti and battled Bane's droid accomplices, the bounty hunter himself slipped away with the coveted holocron. But the holocron alone was useless without a special Kyber memory crystal to unlock its secrets. That crystal was in the possession of Jedi Master Bola Roll, stationed on Devarin. Bane followed his trail relentlessly. Upon capturing Master Roll, Bane subjected him to brutal torture, attempting to force him to unlock the holocron. Despite the agony, Roll refused to cooperate and died protecting the Jedi secrets. Anakin and Ahsoka pursued Bane's fleet, determined to recover the stolen artifact during the space battle. Ahsoka, still learning the burdens of command, disobeyed Anakin's orders to remain behind. Her impulsiveness led to her capture by Bane's forces aboard his frigate. Anakin, boarding the enemy ship to rescue both his Padawan and the holocron, found himself in a deadly game of cat and mouse. In the ensuing confrontation, Anakin cornered Bane and retrieved the holocron, but the crafty bounty hunter faked his own death in an explosion, only to escape yet again. The Jedi returned to Coruscant, believing their mission successful, only to discover a horrible truth before losing the holocron. Bane had managed to copy part of the list of Force-sensitive children. Acting on Sidious's orders, Bane began kidnapping the younglings, one by one. The Jedi raced to protect these innocent children from whatever fate Sidious had planned for them. Anakin and Ahsoka managed to track Bane to Mustapa, where he was delivering the children to Sidious's agents. They intervened just in time, saving the children and forcing Bane to flee empty-handed. This near disaster represented the first direct strike on the Jedi Order by Sidious's agents during the war. The sinister Sith Lord had attempted to secure the next generation of Force users for his own dark purposes. Though narrowly averted, the plot demonstrated that the Sith were targeting not just the present Jedi, but their future as well, with the first year of war behind them. Republic strategists identified a critical target. Intelligence reports revealed that the Separatists had rebuilt their droid foundries on Geonosis, the same world where the Clone Wars began. These massive factories were churning out battle droids by the millions, threatening to overwhelm Republic forces on multiple fronts. A massive invasion force was assembled. 3 Jedi generals would lead the assault: Coyote, Mundi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker. Each commanded a battalion of clone troopers converging on a landing zone designated Point Rain near the main droid foundry. From the moment their gunships entered the Geonosian atmosphere, the Republic forces faced devastating anti-aircraft fire. The Separatists had prepared well for this attack, positioning ray shields and sonic cannons to defend their factories. Geonosian fighters swarmed the Republic ships, causing heavy casualties. Before they even touched ground, the landing became a disaster. Key Edmundi's forces were scattered miles from the rendezvous point. Obi-Wan crashed behind enemy lines, with Commander Cody and a handful of troopers. Anakin and Rex managed to reach Point Rain with their forces, but found themselves surrounded and under constant attack from Geonosian warriors and battle droids. Obi-Wan, trapped in a destroyed gunship and wounded, faced almost certain death as Geonosian forces closed in. His salvation came from 2 unlikely heroes, clone troopers Waxer and Boyle, who had previously helped save the young Twilight girl Numa on Rilo. Volunteered for a rescue mission. Fighting through overwhelming numbers, they reached Obi-Wan and brought him to safety. After hours of brutal combat across the dusty plains and rocky spires of Geonosis, the 3 Jedi forces finally managed to regroup at Point Rain. With their combined strength, they pushed forward to the primary target, the massive droid foundry. Overseen by Archduke Poggle, the lesser of the Techno-Union, inside the weapons factory, a different kind of mission was underway. Padawans Ahsoka, Tano, and Baris Offee were assigned to infiltrate the foundry and plant explosives at its reactor core. The 2 young Jedi navigated through the facility's underbelly, fighting Geonosian workers and security droids. When their presence was discovered, Poggle deployed his newest weapons, Separatist supertanks, virtually impervious to lightsaber strikes. Surrounded and cut off from escape, Ahsoka and Baris made a desperate decision. They would trigger the explosives with themselves. Still inside the factory, trusting in the Force to protect them, the massive foundry imploded, destroying Poggle's operation and the supertanks Luminara Uni. Baris's master-led clone forces to dig through the rubble. Miraculously, they found Ahsoka and Barzo alive, having survived inside one of the indestructible supertanks. Their brave sacrifice had secured a vital Republic victory, destroying the Separatists' main production facility. But Geonosis had more horrors to reveal. As Republic forces tracked the fleeing Poggle through the desert, they discovered he was heading to an ancient temple. Luminara followed him into the dark catacombs beneath, but soon lost contact with her forces. Obi-Wan and Hive Mind, using parasitic brainworms, she could reanimate the bodies of dead Geonosian warriors, creating an undead army. Loyal only to her, Luminara had been captured and was about to be infected when the Jedi rescue team arrived after a chilling battle against zombified Geonosian warriors. The Jedi escaped with Poggle as their prisoner and destroyed the Queen's lair. But the threat of the brainworms was not over. During the evacuation from Geonosis, clone trooper Scythe became infected with a parasite. The worm spread to others, eventually possessing Bari's Offie and turning her against her allies. Ahsoka found herself in a terrifying situation, forced to duel her mind-controlled friend through the ship's corridors. Using quick thinking, Ahsoka realized the parasites could not survive extreme cold. She ruptured the ship's cooling system, exposing the infected areas to the freezing temperatures of space. The brainworms died, and Baris was freed from their control. The Battle of Geonosis ended in Republic victory. The droid factories were destroyed, Poggle was captured, and the brainworm threat was contained, but the psychological scars remained, especially for Ahsoka and Baris, who had faced death in the factory collapse and then confronted the horror of the parasitic mind control. These experiences would shape their development as Jedi in ways no one could foresee. With the separatist threat on Geonosis neutralized, the Republic turned its attention to securing new allies. The planet Malastare, home to the Dug species, possessed valuable fuel resources, critical to the Republic war effort. When separatist forces invaded Malastare, the Republic quickly dispatched Jedi General Mace Windu with a contingent of clone troopers to defend the planet. The battle seemed to heavily favor the Separatists, whose droid army vastly outnumbered the Republic defenders. In desperation, Republic scientists deployed an experimental weapon, the electroproton bomb. The massive device was designed to disable droids while leaving organic beings unharmed. The bomb worked perfectly, sending out an electromagnetic pulse that shut down the entire Separatist army. Instantly, victory seemed assured, but the celebration was premature. The bomb's impact cracked the planet's crust, creating a massive sinkhole that swallowed clone troopers and equipment alike. When Republic forces investigated the strange crater, they awakened something ancient and terrible. The Zillo Beast, a creature thought extinct 4 centuries, emerged from its underground hibernation. The colossal reptilian monster stood taller than most buildings, covered in scales so dense that even lightsabers could not penetrate them. The Zillo Beast rampaged across the battlefield. Viewing all smaller beings as threats, the Dugs demanded its immediate destruction, considering it a legendary devil from their ancient myths. Mace Windu, however, recognized the ethical problem. The Zillo Beast appeared to be the last of its kind, an innocent creature defending itself after being rudely awakened. Destroying it would mean the extinction of an entire species. Chancellor Palpatine proposed a compromise. The Republic would use specialized gas to subdue the beast, then transported to Coruscant for scientific study. The Dugs agreed to sign their fuel treaty under these terms, and Malastare was secured as a Republic ally, despite Wu's objections about the wisdom of bringing such a dangerous creature to a heavily populated planet. Palpatine insisted the beast's unusual armor could yield military applications. The unconscious Zillo Beast was transported to a secure facility on Coruscant, where scientist Jan Verbal began studying its remarkable scales. The Zillo Beast proved more intelligent than anyone anticipated. It appeared to sense something dark about Palpatine perhaps responding to his hidden Sith nature. When it regained consciousness, the beast broke free of its restraints with surprising ease and began tearing through the city toward the Senate building. Chaos erupted across Galactic City as the monster climbed skyscrapers and swatted at gunships. Like insects, thousands fled in terror, while Jedi and clone forces attempted to contain the beast without harming it. Anakin, Padme, and Palpatine were evacuated from the Senate office building, but the Zillo beast pursued their shuttle, as if specifically targeting the Chancellor in the end. Palpatine made the cold calculus of leadership, despite the Jedi's pleas to spare the unique creature. He ordered its death to prevent further civilian casualties. Poison gas bombs rained down on the beast as it clutched the Chancellor's shuttle. The Zillo beast's final anguished roar echoed across Coruscant as it collapsed. Its species, now truly extinct, or so the public was told. In secret, Palpatine instructed Dr. B to clone the beast from preserved tissue samples. The Chancellor's interest went beyond mere military application of the creature's armor. Something about the Zillo beast intrigued his Sith sensibilities, a project to be developed far from public scrutiny or Jedi oversight. The incident raised troubling questions about the ethical compromises being made in the name of the war effort. How far would the Republic go for an advantage against the Separatists? The line between defender and destroyer was growing blurrier with each passing month of the conflict. General Grievous, frustrated by recent defeats, launched a bold new campaign against the Jedi Order. Rather than engaging Republic forces directly, he began hunting Jedi Masters individually, adding their lightsabers to his grisly collection. His ambush of Jedi Master Ethek's fleet demonstrated his evolving tactics. After disabling Kath's cruiser, Grievous boarded with commando droids and engaged the Jedi Master directly, though co-fought valiantly. Grievous ultimately subdued him through sheer numbers and his unique four-armed combat style rather than killing Cope. Immediately, Grievous chose to use him as bait. The cyborg general transmitted a message to the Jedi Council, showing Master C being tortured. Grievous taunted the Jedi, particularly Obi-Wan Kenobi, with whom he had developed a bitter rivalry. The message contained hidden coordinates indicating Grievous's location, which both managed to communicate through subtle hand gestures. While being tortured, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Jedi Master Adi Galilea devised a rescue plan. While Obi-Wan would distract Grievous with a frontal assault, Anakin and Adi would infiltrate the general ship to free Etheth. The plan played perfectly into Grievous's ego. He could not resist the opportunity to duel Obi-Wan again, even if it might be a diversion. As predicted, Grievous engaged Obi-Wan in single combat, while Anakin and Adi rescued the wounded Eth. Their lightsabers clashed through the ship's corridors and command bridge, neither gaining a decisive advantage. When Grievous realized he had been outmaneuvered, he flew into a rage, ordered his forces to destroy the Republic ships, and fled in his personal fighter. Grievous's escape took him to the planet Solakami, where Republic forces, led by Obi-Wan, Captain Rex, and Commander Cody, pursued him. During the search through Solakami's wetlands, Rex was shot by a commando droid sniper and separated from his squad, wounded and unable to rejoin the main force. Rex was found by a surprising figure, a clone deserter named Cut. Laquain Cut had abandoned the Republic army after the Battle of Geonosis, Haunted by watching his entire squad die, he had built a new life on Solakami, marrying a local woman and becoming stepfather to her 2 children. Rex, raised to believe in absolute loyalty to the Republic, initially viewed Cut as a traitor who had abandoned his duty, but as he recovered at Cut's farm, Rex witnessed something he had never considered: a clone living as an individual, making his own choices, building a family. When commando droids attacked the farm, Cut demonstrated that he had lost none of his fighting skills, defending his family with the same courage any clone trooper would show on the battlefield. The experience forced Rex to confront his own narrow understanding of duty and purpose before departing to rejoin his unit. Rex made a personal choice. He would not report Cut as a deserter, acknowledging his brother's right to choose his own path. This small act of independence foreshadowed questions many clones would eventually face about their predetermined roles. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan continued the hunt for Grievous across Solakami's plains. Though they located the General's escape pod, Grievous managed to reach a landing beacon and flee the system once again. The slippery cyborg had escaped justice, leaving the Jedi. Frustrated, but with Master K, rescued safely the neutral world of Mandalore with its proud warrior history, had remained officially uninvolved in the Clone Wars under the leadership of Duchess Satine. Mandalore had embraced pacifism following their destructive civil wars. The new Mandalorian, as Satine's government was known, had dismantled their world's war machines and committed to neutrality. But peace is often more fragile than armor. Reports of Mandalorian warriors attacking Republic targets reached the Jedi Council. These incidents threatened to draw men into the conflict. Potentially on the Separatist side, Obi-Wan Kenobi was dispatched to investigate, chosen specifically because of his history with Duchess Satine. Arriving on Mandalore's capital, Sundari Obi-Wan reunited with Satine. Their past romantic involvement created tension beneath their formal exchanges, while Satine insisted the attacks were isolated incidents by rogue elements. Obi-Wan suspected a larger conspiracy. Rumors pointed to a group called Death Watch, Mandalorian traditionalists, who despised Satine's pacifist reforms. Obi-Wan's investigation led him to Concordia, Mandalore's moon and former mining colony. There he discovered the truth behind Death Watch. The group was secretly led by Concordia's governor, Pre Vizsla, who harbored deep resentment toward Satine's peaceful regime. Vizsla possessed the dark saber, an ancient black-bladed lightsaber that had been stolen from the Jedi Temple generations ago by Mandalorian. It had become a symbol of leadership among warrior clans. When Obi-Wan confronted Vizsla, the governor revealed his alliance with Count Dooku. The Separatists were arming Death Watch, planning to use them as proxies to overthrow Satine's government. After a fierce duel with Vizsla, Obi-Wan narrowly escaped. With this vital intelligence, the danger to Mandalore was now clear. If the Death Watch uprising succeeded, Mandalore would fall under Separatist influence, giving Count Dooku access to some of the galaxy's most formidable warriors. Satine traveled to Coruscant to plead Mandalore's case before the Senate, insisting that Republic military intervention would only play into Death Watch's hands by turning the population against the current government. During the journey aboard the luxury liner Coronet, Death Watch made another attempt on Satine's life. Assassination droids infiltrated the ship, while a traitor among Satine's own entourage, Governor Merrick, attempted to deliver her to Death Watch. Obi-Wan and Satine worked together to defeat The assassins, though their different philosophies on violence versus pacifism, created friction even in crisis. Back on Mandalore, further threats emerged from within Prime. Minister Al-Mech, trusted by Satine to run the government's daily affairs, had established a black market operation, smuggling goods to circumvent the trade restrictions imposed by Mandalore's neutrality when children began falling ill from tainted tea distributed through these illegal channels. Satine's young nephew, Corky, and his friends at the Royal Academy uncovered evidence of the corruption of Ahsoka, sent to Mandalore as an instructor for Academy cadets, helped the students expose Al-Mech's crimes. The corrupt Prime Minister attempted to silence Satine by imprisoning her, but Ahsoka and the cadets staged a daring rescue. Al-Mech was arrested, and Satine's government purged the corruption from its ranks in the Senate. Satine's passionate advocacy convinced enough representatives that Mandalore could handle its internal affairs without Republic military intervention. Death Watch, facing unified local resistance and having lost their separatist support, retreated to the shadows. Vizsla and his warriors fled Mandalorian space, regrouping on distant worlds to plot their eventual return. The Mandalore crisis revealed the complex dynamics of neutrality in the Clone Wars. Even worlds that refused to take sides found themselves pulled into the conflicts. Gravity, Obi-Wan, and Satine parted ways. Once more, their feelings for each other acknowledged, but ultimately subordinated to their respective duties. The bond between them, however, would prove important in future crises affecting both Mandalore and the Republic. While fleets and armies clashed across the stars, some of the war's most consequential battles took place in the political arena in the Senate. Padme Amidala spearheaded a legislative effort to reduce military spending. She argued that the exponential growth of the clone army was creating an unsustainable financial burden that would underscore the Republic, regardless of whether they won the war. Opposing her was Senator Hale Boutoni of Camino, who advocated for the production of millions more clone troopers. The debate divided the Senate into factions, supporting either continued military expansion or diplomatic solutions to end the war. At stake was not just the Republic's financial future, but its very identity as a democracy. After a passionate speech that swayed many undecided senators to her cause, Padme seemed close to achieving a voting majority. Victory was snatched away, however, when her ally, Senator Anakondar of Ardea, suddenly collapsed during a celebration and died. Medical examiners determined the cause was poison, turning the Senate building into a crime scene. The timing was suspicious. Farr's death halted momentum on the military spending vote and threw Padme's coalition into disarray. When the official investigation faltered, Padme, along with Bail Organa and Monothma, began their own inquiry. The suspect list grew quickly. Senator Beaton had publicly clashed with Farr over the clone funding bill. Farr's own aides had reason to resent him after his brief alignment with the separatists early in the war had damaged Rodia's reputation. The mystery deepened when another senator, Medici, who had admitted to spying on Farr, was found stabbed to death in his office. Now investigating two murders, Padme traced connections between the victims and discovered something unexpected. The poison that killed Farr was a rare toxin that affected only Rodians, suggesting the killer knew the victim well. Following this revelation, Padme confronted Lolo Pusfar's trusted aide. Purse had been by his side throughout the crisis, seemingly above suspicion. When cornered with evidence, Lolo revealed her motive she had never forgiven. Far from temporarily siding with the Separatists, viewing it as an unforgivable betrayal of Rhodia. In her mind, the murder was an act of patriotism after a tense standoff in the Senate corridors, where Lolo attempted to use Padme as a hostage bail. Orana intervened, disarming the assassin. Lolo was arrested, and the truth about Far's death was revealed to the Senate. Despite solving the murder, Padme's victory was bittersweet. The scandal and delay allowed Chancellor Palpatine to present new intelligence about Separatist military buildups, swaying the Senate to approve the clone funding bill. After all, the incident illustrated the dangerous mix of politics and paranoia gripping the Republic. Personal vendettas and ideological divisions were being weaponized, eroding the foundational trust necessary for democracy to function. While armies fought on distant worlds, the Republic was slowly corroding from within. Not all battles in the Clone Wars involved massive fleets or famous generals. On the remote farming world of Fuchsia, whose dense jungle teemed with exotic life, a small drama unfolded that would change the perspective of a young Jedi. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka No arrived on Fuchsia in response to reports of Separatist activity after their gunship was shot down. They caked through the jungle until reaching a small farming settlement. To their surprise, the farmers had hired protection. A group of bounty hunters, led by a tough Zabra woman named Sugi. Among her crew were the athletic user warrior, whose wide-brimmed hat doubled as a weapon, and the silent sniper Serapis, who operated a mechanical battle suit to compensate for his diminutive of stature. The bounty hunters had been hired to protect the farmers from Hondo Onaka's pirates, who were extorting them for their valuable Niceland crop. The Jedi's initial reaction was skepticism. Bounty hunters were typically adversaries, motivated by credits rather than justice. But as they spent time in the village, they recognized a common cause with these mercenaries. Both groups sought to protect the innocent farmers from exploitation. Ahsoka particularly connected with the bounty hunters, seeing beyond her. Jedi training to recognize honor exists in many forms. When Hondo's pirates attacked in force, Jedi and bounty hunters fought side by side. They trained the farmers in basic defense, transforming agricultural tools into weapons and creating defensive positions around the village. Embo displayed combat skills that impressed even the Jedi, moving with a grace that rivaled their Force-enhanced abilities. The battle cost the life of one bounty hunter, Rumi Parameda, but the pirates were ultimately repelled. Hondo, never one to waste resources on a losing proposition, withdrew his forces with characteristic flair, commenting that he never enjoyed fighting Kenobi. Anyway, the farmers were saved, and an unusual alliance had proved successful as the Jedi prepared to depart. Ahsoka reflected on the experience she had learned, that justice sometimes wears unexpected faces. The bounty hunters, motivated initially by payment, had fought with the same commitment to protecting the innocent that the Jedi espoused. The line between mercenary and protector, she realized, often came down to the choices individuals make in crucial moments. This lesson in mortal complexity would serve Ahsoka well in the challenges ahead as the war continued to blur traditional boundaries between allies and enemies. The ability to see beyond labels and recognize shared values would become increasingly important for the young Padawan. Following the destruction of the Zillo Beast on Coruscant, Chancellor Palpatine took an unusual interest in the creature's remains in secret communications. With Republic scientists, he ordered the preservation of tissue samples for cloning. While this directive raised eyebrows among researchers, none dared question the Chancellor directly about his intentions. The Zillo beast's unique armor had demonstrated resistance to lightsaber strikes a property Palpatine found particularly intriguing. Whether his interests stemmed from legitimate military applications or more sinister Sith purposes remained unclear. This shadowy project joined many others, hidden beneath the public face of the Republic war effort, seeds planted for a future only Palpatine could envision. While these adult conflicts shaped the galaxy, a young boy nursed his own private war. Boba Fett, son of Jango Fett, had watched Jedi Master Mace Windu behead his father during the Battle of Geonosis. Though only a child, Boba inherited his father's determination and skill, along with a burning desire for revenge against Wu. Disguising himself as a clone cadet named Lucky Bob, infiltrated a group of young clones aboard the Republic cruiser Endurance, where Wu was serving as commanding officer. The irony was palpable, surrounded by clones who shared his father's face but not his upbringing. Boba was genetically their brother, but emotionally a stranger. With cold precision, Boba planted a bomb in Wu's quarters. The explosion failed to kill the Jedi Master, but damaged the Endurance, critically forcing an emergency crash landing on the planet Vancouver. During the evacuation, Boba took a moment of shocking brutality that revealed how deeply hatred had already rooted in his young heart. He executed Clone Commander Pons Wu's trusted officer as a message to the Jedi Master. Boba escaped the wreckage with notorious bounty hunter Aura Singh, who had taken the boy under her wing alongside Bosk, another infamous hunter. They recovered Slave One, Jango's ship, which Boba now claimed as his inheritance. Aura, seeing potential profit in the situation, pushed Boba toward even greater ruthlessness. They captured Republic officers, including Admiral Killian, holding them as hostages on the planet Florum. Their plan was simple but cruel, used the hostages to lure Wu into a trap where Boba could exact his revenge, but Wu, still recovering from injuries sustained in the Endurance explosion, could not respond personally. Instead, Jedi Master Plune and Ahsoka Tano tracked the bounty hunters to Florum, where Hondo Ohnaka had reluctantly allowed Aura to use his base. When confronted by the Jedi, Aura attempted to escape in Slave One with her hostages. Ahsoka, displaying growing skill and confidence, damaged the ship during takeoff, causing it to crash in the desert. Aura was presumed killed in the explosion, though her body was never recovered. Surrounded and out of options, Boba surrendered to the Jedi. Despite his hatred for Wu, he showed a flickering of his father's honor code by revealing where the hostages were kept, ensuring their rescue. This small act of decency, amid his vendetta, suggested that perhaps the boy was not yet entirely lost to darkness. Taken into Republic custody, Boba remained unrepentant. In a tense meeting with Wu, he declared that he would never forgive the Jedi for his father's death. The Jedi, for their part, recognized the tragedy of a child warped by war and loss, even as justice demanded consequences for his actions. Imprisoned but undeterred, Boba Fett began building connections with the underworld figures he encountered in detention. His father's reputation opened doors, and Boba's own demonstrated capabilities earned respect even from hardened criminals. The foundation was being laid for what would become one of the galaxy's most feared Bounty hunters in later years, the second year of the Clone Wars, had seen the conflict deepen and spread. What began as a clear division between Republic and Separatist had evolved into something more complex. Neutral worlds, like Mandalore, found themselves pulled into the war's orbit, despite their best efforts. To remain uninvolved, the Senate, meant to be the voice of democracy, became a battleground of suspicion and hidden agendas for the Jedi, traditional guardians of peace. The role of generals continued to test their principles, fighting alongside clone troopers who increasingly displayed individuality and independent thought, raised questions about the morality of using a created army. Interactions with bounty hunters and mercenaries forced reconsideration of who could be an ally in preserving justice. Meanwhile, Darth Sidious continued his grand manipulation from the shadows, whether stealing Force-sensitive children, experimenting with ancient creatures, or fueling political division. His hand moved pieces across the galactic chessboard. With patient malevolence, each crisis that threatened the Republic served to consolidate more emergency powers under Chancellor Palpatine, a pattern few noticed amid the chaos of war. As the conflict entered its third year, the lines between defender and aggressor, between preservation and destruction, would blur further still. For those caught in its gravity, the Clone Wars were transforming from a battle for the Republic into a crucible that would reshape the very nature of the galaxy and those who called it home. Some wars are fought in the present, others reach back to reclaim the past and forward to shape the future. As the Clone Wars expanded across the galaxy, its tendrils stretched not just across space, but through time itself. On Rilo, the Twilight homeworld we previously saw, liberated by Republic forces, a painful backstory emerged before Mace, Wu, and Cam. Sinandala's triumphant joint operation. The planet had endured a brutal separatist occupation that almost extinguished its freedom fighters entirely. Early in the war, a Republic force led by Jedi Master Ima Gundy had attempted to break the Separatist blockade around Rilo. With limited troops and supplies, Master D found himself outmaneuvered and overwhelmed by Separatist Commander Lodure's droid armies. Realizing their position was hopeless, D and his clone captain Keeley made a fateful decision. Rather than retreat, they would stand and fight, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Twess to escape in a valley. Surrounded by battle droids, Master D and Captain Keeley fought back to back, falling one by one, but never yielding their last stand allowed Charson Dollar to lead his people to momentary safety in the harsh Rilo wilderness. Though Master D and his clone forces perished, their sacrifice was not in vain. News of Rilo's dire situation reached sympathetic ears in the Republic. Senator Bail Organa of Alderaan, working with Representative Jar Jar Binks of Naboo, secured vital humanitarian aid from King Katuo of Toydaria, operating in secret to maintain Toydaria's technical neutrality. They smuggled food and medical supplies to the Twi'lek resistance fighters. These resources kept Sindala's movement alive until the Republic could mount their full liberation campaign. Months later, the tragedy of Ima Gundy became the inspiration for the eventual victory we witnessed in the Rilo campaign. This pattern would repeat throughout the war. What looked like defeats often planted seeds of future triumphs. Heroes fell, but their sacrifices created possibilities for those who followed. The legacies of the fallen shaped the paths of the living in ways none could fully anticipate. While Master Di's last stand on Rilo represented sacrifice in its purest form. The Clone Wars also spotlighted the importance of persistence and growth. No story better exemplified this than the journey of Domino Squad, a group of clone cadets whose early struggles masked their tremendous potential on Kamino, the ocean world, where the Republic's clone army was created and trained. 5 cadets, designated as Domino Squad, struggled to complete their basic training. Heavy Echo 5s, cut up android bait, possessed all the physical capabilities of their clone brothers, but they lacked something: essential teamwork under the watchful eyes of Jedi Master Shakti and bounty hunter drill instructors. Brick and LS Domino Squad repeatedly failed their combat simulations, while other clone units moved in perfect coordination. Domino Squad argued, competed, and ultimately failed together. Brick, the more cynical of the instructors, believed Domino Squad was defective and should be reassigned to maintenance duty. Les saw potential worth nurturing. Master Shakti, overseeing all clone training, gave them one final chance to prove themselves. The night before their final test, a maintenance clone, known as 99, approached the dejected squad. Though physically malformed and deemed unfit for combat, 99 possessed wisdom that the young cadets lacked. He encouraged Heavy, the most rebellious of the group, reminding him that he could be more than just another number in the Republic Army. This simple act of compassion transformed Domino Squad. When they entered their final combat simulation, they moved with new purpose and unity. Echo, once criticized for merely pairing orders, began communicating strategy. Heavy, previously a lone wolf, stepped up as a leader. Even when the simulation was secretly made more difficult than standard, they adapted and succeeded together. Domino Squad graduated and earned their place among the Republic's fighting forces. This seemingly minor victory would have major ramifications for the entire war. Echo and Fives would go on to become decorated ARC troopers, elite soldiers whose actions would expose crucial secrets about the clone army itself. Their journey from struggling cadets to exceptional soldiers underscored how the humanity growing within the clone ranks transcended their identical genetic origins. The skills Domino Squad developed during their training would soon be tested in the crucible of actual combat. Kamino, birthplace of the clone army, became the target of a major separatist offensive led by General Grievous and Assange Ventress for the clones. This was no ordinary battle. It was an assault on their home, threatening both their brothers in training and the very facilities that created them. The separatist plan was cunning rather than a straightforward invasion. They deployed debris from destroyed ships to crash into Kamino's oceans. Hidden inside these fragments were aqua droids that would assemble themselves underwater and attack from below. Meanwhile, Grievous's fleet would engage Kamino's defenses from above, creating a two-pronged assault. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, having received warning of the attack, thanks to the sacrifice at the Rishiyun outpost, rushed to reinforce Kamino's defenses. The 5,001st and 212th Battalions deployed alongside Kamino's home guard to defend Topoka City, the primary clone facility. When the assault began, it quickly penetrated the outer defenses. Ventress infiltrated the clone DNA storage area, seeking to steal genetic material that would allow the separatists to create their own clone army or sabotage the Republic's forces. Grievous led battle droids through the city's gleaming corridors, aiming to destroy the incubation chambers where young clones developed in the heart of the barracks. Area 99, the malformed maintenance clone, who had once inspired Domino's squad, encountered several of his former cadets, now serving as troopers. When battle droids breached that Section 99 demonstrated that courage comes in many forms. He shuttled ammunition and weapons to the fighting clones, refusing to take cover despite his limited mobility during a desperate firefight. 99 was struck down while retrieving grenades for his brothers. He died as he had lived, serving others without recognition or glory. Yet his sacrifice rallied the clone forces. They fought with renewed determination, protecting not just the Republic they were created to serve, but the home and brothers they had come to love. In the DNA chamber, Ventress dueled with ARC troopers, but managed to obtain a sample of the original Jango Fett genetic material. Her escape was interrupted by Anakin Skywalker, resulting in a lightsaber duel through the storm-lashed platforms of Kamino. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan confronted Grievous, their rivalry continuing through rain-soaked landings and interior corridors. The tide turned when the clones identified and targeted the underwater assault craft Echo and Five's graduates of Domino Squad, now serving with distinction, played crucial roles in repelling the invasion. Ventress was forced to abandon her stolen DNA sample, using it as an explosive diversion to escape. Grievous, finding his forces overwhelmed, retreated as well. Kamino remained in Republic hands, though the cost was high. The bodies of clone troopers lined halls they had once trained in, yet amid the tragedy came recognition for their exceptional service during the battle. Echo and Fives received promotion to ARC trooper status, the most elite rank among clone soldiers. From struggling cadets to decorated heroes, their journey embodied the growth many clones experienced through the forge of war, while Republic and Separatist forces clashed on the front lines. Supposedly neutral worlds faced their own struggles. Mandalore, a planet with a warrior heritage that had embraced pacifism following devastating civil wars, discovered that neutrality offered no protection from the war's corrupting influence. After defeating the Death Watch extremists who had threatened her rule, Duchess Satine focused on rebuilding Mandalorian society, but the economics of a galaxy at war created new problems. Trade routes were disrupted, resources became scarce and black markets flourished. Some within Satine's own government saw opportunity in this disruption. Prime Minister Almec, trusted to handle daily governance, secretly established smuggling operations to bring goods into Mandalore, while presenting these efforts as necessary to circumvent wartime shortages. Almec was profiting personally from the suffering of Mandalorian citizens. When tea imported through these channels was diluted with slabin, children at the Royal Academy of Government began falling ill. Satin's nephew, Corky, and his fellow cadets initiated their own investigation into the source of the tainted tea. Their questions quickly led them into dangerous territory as they uncovered a conspiracy reaching to the highest levels of government. When they brought their concerns to Duchess Satine, she encouraged them to continue seeking the truth, unaware of how far the corruption had spread. Ahsoka Tano, visiting Mandalore as an instructor. 4 Academy cadets provided guidance as the young investigators uncovered warehouses filled with hoarded supplies. These goods, meant for public distribution, were being controlled to maintain artificial scarcity and higher prices. When Satine confronted Almec with evidence of the smuggling ring, the Prime Minister revealed the depth of his betrayal. He had Satine arrested and imprisoned, planning to force her to sign a confession of corruption. that would legitimize his power grab. Ahsoka, though present on Mandalore as a teacher rather than a Jedi, could not stand aside as injustice unfolded. Working with Corky and the cadets, Ahsoka staged a rescue operation. They freed Satine from prison, confronting Almec and his corrupt guards. In the process, the Prime Minister was arrested and his smuggling operation dismantled. Though Mandalore remained neutral in the larger conflict, the incident demonstrated how war created opportunities for corruption, even in societies committed to peace. For Ahsoka, the experience provided valuable lessons in diplomacy and governance. She witnessed how maintaining peace required vigilance against threats from within as well as without. These insights would serve her well as her path as a Jedi took increasingly unexpected turns. The shadows cast by the Clone Wars extended even to peaceful worlds like Alderaan, host to a diplomatic conference where Senator Padme Amidala was scheduled to deliver a keynote address. What should have been a routine political event became the stage for another assassination attempt by one of the galaxy's deadliest bounty hunters. Aura Singh, believed dead after her escapades with young Boba Fett ended in a crash on Florum, had survived and returned to her mercenary ways. Having accepted a contract on Padme's life, she meticulously planned an attack during the conference on Alderaan. Ahsoka Tano began experiencing disturbing Force visions of Padme in danger. These flashes revealed Aura Singh preparing to assassinate the senator, though the details remained fragmentary. Trusting her connection to the Force, Ahsoka convinced Padme to allow her to serve as additional security during the conference. Padme, never one to be deterred by threats, refused to cancel her appearance, but agreed to reasonable precautions. As the conference began, Ahsoka remained vigilant, scanning the ornate halls of the Alderonian palace for any sign of danger. Her growing sensitivity to the Force allowed her to sense Oa's presence, even when the assassin remained hidden from sight. During Padme's speech, Ahsoka's vision suddenly sharpened. She tackled the senator just as Aura fired from a hidden sniper position, saving Padme's life by moments. Realizing her cover was blown, Aura retreated to plan another attempt. What followed was a tense game of hunter and hunted through the palace corridors. Ahsoka used her precognitive abilities to anticipate Aura's movements, while the seasoned bounty hunter relied on experience and ruthless determination. When Aura made her final attempt, was waiting. Their confrontation culminated in a brief but intense duel in the palace's service areas, ending with Aura's capture. The bounty hunter was taken into Republic custody, marking her second capture after previously escaping their prison system. For Ahsoka, the experience reinforced her growing mastery of the Force and her ability to trust her instincts for Padme. It was yet another reminder of the dangers facing those who advocated for peace during wartime. The identity of who had hired Aura remained a mystery, though suspicions pointed to political rivals or separatist sympathizers in a galaxy fragmented by conflict. Assassination had become just another tool of policy employed when diplomacy and even open warfare failed to achieve desired ends, while political assassinations targeted the Republic's leadership. Criminal elements throughout the galaxy pursued their own agendas alongside the larger conflict. The Hutt cartel's ancient criminal syndicates controlling vast territories in the Outer Rim operated largely untouched by Republic or separatist concerns, yet even they could not remain completely isolated from the war's ripple effects. Zero the Hutt, crime lord and uncle to Jabba, had been freed from Republic Prison by Cad Bane's daring Senate. Hostage operation. His liberation was not motivated by family loyalty. The Hutt Council, including Jabba himself, feared that Zero possessed information that could expose their criminal enterprises to Republic authorities. Zero held a personal journal containing detailed records of Hutt criminal activities spanning decades. This diary, recorded on a special holosk that responded only to Hutt DNA, represented leverage that kept him alive, but also made him a target. The Council wanted the diary destroyed, and Zero silenced permanently. After escaping Coruscant, Zero sought refuge with his former lover, the Palawic singer Snoodles. She helped him reach his mother's home on Nal Hutta, where he appeared before the Hutt Council, pleading for his freedom. Zero convinced the Council to imprison him rather than execute him immediately. This temporary reprieve gave Snoodles time to help him escape. Again the pair fled to death, where Zero had hidden his diary. Inside his father's grave, unknown to Zero, Snoodles had betrayed him. She was secretly working for Jabba, who had paid her to recover the diary and eliminate his troublesome uncle. Meanwhile, the Jedi Council dispatched an unusual team to track Zero. Obi-Wan Kenobi was paired with Quinlan Vos, an unconventional Jedi known for his unorthodox methods and psychometric abilities. Vos could touch objects and read impressions of their history, making him an ideal tracker. The Jedi followed Zir's trail from his empty cell on Nal Hutta to their path crossed with Cad Bane, also pursuing Zero under a separate contract from the Hutt Council. When the Jedi reached Teth, they found Zero already dead, stabbed through the heart by Sci. After she recovered the diary, Cad Bane ambushed Obi-Wan and Quinlan. As they examined the crime scene, the resulting three-way confrontation showcased each combatant's unique style. Quinlan's acrobatic unpredictability contrasted with Obi-Wan's disciplined defense, while Bane relied on his arsenal of gadgets and pinpoint accuracy. Outnumbered by two Jedi, Bane created a diversion and escaped once again, adding to his reputation as the bounty hunter. Even Jedi could not capture the Jedi were left with a dead crime lord, but no evidence of Hutt crimes. Snoodles delivered the diary to Jabba, who presumably destroyed it, eliminating the threat to the Hutt cartels. The incident demonstrated how the criminal underworld operated in parallel to the galactic civil war, sometimes intersecting with Republic and Separatist interests, but maintaining its own complex ecosystem of alliances, betrayals, and power struggles. As the Clone Wars continued, the artificial division between Republic and Separatist began to show cracks. Individual citizens on both sides questioned the binary portrayal of the conflict propagated by their respective governments. Among those seeking a more nuanced understanding was Senator Padme Amidala, who took the unusual step of reaching out directly to her former colleague on the other side. Mina Bonter had once served in the Republic Senate. Alongside Padme, when her homeworld seceded, she joined the Separatist Parliament, believing Count Dooku's promises of freedom from Republic corruption. Despite their political differences, Padme and Mina maintained a personal friendship that transcended factional loyalties. Risking her reputation and potentially facing charges of treason, Padme traveled secretly to Rexus, the Separatist capital. She brought Ahsoka Tano with her, giving the young gay Jedi a rare glimpse into everyday life in Separatist territory. What Ahsoka discovered challenged everything she had been taught about the enemy. The citizens of Rexus were not the monsters Republic propaganda portrayed. They were ordinary people who believed they were fighting for freedom and a better system of government at Mina's estate. Ahsoka met Lux Bonter, Mina's son, who helped her see the conflict. From the opposite perspective, Padme and Mina drafted a peace initiative that both the Republic and Separatist senates might support. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed that diplomacy might succeed where military action had failed the Separatist. Parliament voted to open peace negotiations with the Republic, a significant step toward ending the bloodshed. This progress was immediately undermined by forces that benefited from continued conflict on Coruscant. A bombing attack targeted a power generator, killing civilians and a Republic senator. Though attributed to Separatist terrorists, the attack was actually orchestrated by General Grievous on Count Dooku's orders, a false flag operation designed to sabotage the peace process. The bombing achieved its intended effect. The Republic Senate, gripped by fear and anger, voted against peace negotiations. Instead, they approved legislation to deregulate the banking system, allowing for additional loans to finance the creation of millions more. Clone troopers, the war machine, would continue to grow, enriching the financial interests that profited from conflict on Rexus. Mina Bonter, who had championed the peace initiative, was found assassinated in her home, though officially blamed on Republic agents. Her death was another of Dooku's machinations, silencing a voice for peace within his own government. Both sides retreated further into their entrenched positions, and the opportunity for diplomatic resolution slipped away for Ahsoka. The experience planted seeds of doubt about the war's purpose and conduct. Having seen heroes on both sides, she began to question whether the conflict was as straightforward as the Jedi Council portrayed it. Unknown to the Jedi, the Republic, or even Count Dooku himself, a far darker power was manipulating events from the shadows. Darth Sidious, watching his grand design unfold with clinical precision, decided that one of his key agents had grown too powerful and now represented a potential threat. Assange Ventress, Count Dooku's assassin and apprentice, had developed her abilities in the dark side to a dangerous degree. Though still no match for Dooku individually, her growth concerned Sidious. The Sith tradition allowed for only to a master, and an apprentice. Ventress represented an unacceptable third variable in the equation. Sidious ordered Dooku to eliminate his loyal shadow hand. Despite years of service and Ventress's unwavering dedication to him, Dooku complied without hesitation. During a space battle over Solstay, he commanded his ships to fire on Ventress's fighter, leaving her for dead in the vacuum of space. Gravely wounded, but alive through her hatred and will to survive, Ventress managed to escape in a damaged ship. With nowhere else to turn, she returned to her home world of Datamir, seeking refuge among the Night Sisters who had given her up as a child. Datamir existed in a perpetual blood-red twilight, its mist-shrouded forests, home to clans of force-wielding witches. The Night Sisters, led by the ancient mother Talzin, practiced a unique form of dark-side magic distinct from Sith teachings. They welcomed their lost daughter back to the fold, healing her broken body with their arcane arts once recovered. Ventress burned for revenge against Dooku. Mother Talzin, seeing an opportunity to increase the Night Sisters' influence, supported her plans. Together, they concocted a scheme to assassinate the Count. Talzin first approached Dooku with an offer she would provide him a new assassin to replace Ventress, whom she claimed had perished. Meanwhile, Ventress underwent a ritual with her Night Sister kin, including Karis and Nalith, the magic rendered them invisible to normal sight and masked their force. Presence, the trio of Night Sisters infiltrated Dooku's palace on Sereno. They attacked the Count in his sleep, poisoning him with darts that clouded his connection to the Force. Despite this advantage, Dooku proved why he was a Sith Lord, even blinded. And weakened, he unleashed a torrent of Force lightning that drove the Night Sisters into retreat. Having failed the direct approach, Mother Talzin devised a more subtle plan. She would honor her promise to provide Dooku with a new assassin, but this warrior would secretly serve Ventress, positioned as a Trojan horse within Dooku's inner circle. The Night Sisters turned to the Night Brothers, a clan of male Zara, who lived separately on Datamir in a warrior culture subjugated by the witches. Traveled to their village to select a candidate. Through trials of combat among the warriors, one stood out for his size and ferocity, a yellow-skinned Zabra named Savage Opress. Unknown to anyone present, Savage shared a blood connection with one of the most feared figures in recent galactic history. He was the brother of Darth Maul, the Sith apprentice believed killed by Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Battle of Naboo. A decade earlier, Ventress chose Savage for her scheme. Through dark magic, Mother Talzin and the Night Sisters transformed him. The ritual enhanced his size and strength, gave him fearsome horns, and bent his will to Ventress's command. The pain of his transformation was excruciating, but the result was a warrior of tremendous power, blindly obedient to his new mistress to prove Savage's worth to Dooku. They arranged a test. Savage was sent to the planet Devon, where he slaughtered Jedi Master Holly and Padawan New at the Temple of Edict. Impressed by this display of power, Dooku accepted Savage as his new enforcer, unaware of the Night Sisters' manipulation. Now a pawn caught between Dooku and Ventress, Savage carried out missions for the Count while awaiting Ventress's signal to turn against him. This dangerous balancing act could not last. On a mission to capture King Katuno of Toydaria, Savage encountered Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The ensuing confrontation revealed the raw power Savage now commanded. When cornered, he killed King Katuno in cold blood. Shocking, even the battle-hardened Jedi Anakin and Obi-Wan together barely managed to hold their own against his brute strength and rage-fueled attacks. Savage escaped, with Katungo's body returning to Dooku's ship there. Ventress finally sprung her trap. She revealed herself to her former master, and together with Savage attacked Dooku in his meditation chamber. The three-way lightsaber battle that followed tore through the ship's interior, a deadly dance of red blades and dark side energies. Despite facing two powerful opponents, Dooku proved why he was the master. He bombarded Savage with Force lightning, pushing the Zabra beyond his breaking point. The pain broke through the Night Sisters' control spell, leaving Savage enraged and confused, no longer bound to either Ventress or Dooku. In his unleashed fury, Savage turned on both of them. Dooku narrowly escaped after injuring Savage, while Ventress was forced to flee when her would-be assassin turned against her as well. All three survived the encounter, but the balance of power had shifted dramatically. Savage Opus, now free of external control, returned to Datamir, seeking answers. Mother Talzin calmed his mind and revealed a shocking truth. His brother, Darth Maul, had somehow survived his apparent death on Naboo, and now lived in exile, his mind broken but his hatred intact. Talzin gave Savage a talisman that would lead him to his long-lost brother, setting him on a new path that would eventually shake the foundations of the galaxy. Ventress, having failed in her bid for revenge, returned to the Night Sisters as a true member of the Coven rather than Dooku's assassin. Her identity was transforming, no longer defined by her service to the Sith, but reconnecting with her cultural heritage. Meanwhile, Dooku reported the incident to his master, Darth Sidious. The encounter had revealed the treachery of the Night Sisters, marking them as enemies of the Sith. This would have dire consequences for Dathomir in the near future, as Sith Lords were not known for their forgiveness. The Minations of the Sith and their dark side rivals represented just one dimension of the ever-expanding conflict elsewhere in the galaxy. 3 Jedi responded to a mysterious distress signal that would take them on a journey beyond physical space into the metaphysical heart of the Force itself. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano found themselves drawn to a strange monolith floating in empty space. The structure pulled their shuttle off course and transported them to a realm unlike any they had encountered before. This was Mortis, a world that existed outside normal space and time, manifesting the very essence of the Force. In physical form on Mortis, they met 3 beings of immense power. The father, an ancient Force wielder, maintained balance between his children. The daughter, who embodied the light side, and the son, who represented the dark side. These beings were not gods in the traditional sense, but rather personifications of the Force itself, possessing abilities far beyond even the most powerful Jedi or Sith. The father revealed why he had summoned them. He sought confirmation that Anakin was indeed the chosen one spoken of in Jedi prophecy, destined to bring balance to the Force. To test this, he temporarily gave the son control over Ahsoka and the daughter control over Obi-Wan, forcing Anakin to choose between them. Instead of choosing, Anakin did something different. He subdued both the son and daughter, simultaneously compelling them to release his friends. This display of power convinced the father that Anakin was indeed the chosen one, capable of controlling both aspects of the Force. As no other being could, the revelation set in motion a series of trials that would test Anakin to his limits. The son, seeking to escape Mortis and spread his influence throughout the galaxy, attempted to turn Anakin to the dark side. He showed Anakin visions of his future, glimpses of the atrocities he would commit as Darth Vader, the destruction of the Jedi Order, and the rise of the Empire. Horrified by these revelations, Anakin momentarily surrendered to the dark side. The father intervened, erasing Anakin's memory of the visions to preserve his free will and the natural course of events. What Anakin had seen was a possible future, but one that could still be averted through his choices. The conflict on Mortis escalated when the son corrupted Ahsoka, briefly turning her into a dark side agent. In the struggle to free her, the daughter sacrificed herself, using her remaining life essence to purge the darkness from Ahsoka's body and mind. With the balance of Mortis now destabilized by the daughter's death, the father realized the end was near. In a final confrontation, the son fatally wounded the father, only to be stripped of his power by the dying patriarch. Anakin then struck down the son, completing the cycle of destruction with his final words. The father imparted cryptic wisdom to Anakin. He warned that the chosen one had the potential to bring balance, but only if he could conquer the darkness rising within himself. As Mortis began to collapse around them, the 3 Jedi were suddenly returned to normal space, finding that no time had passed since their disappearance. The experience left them questioning whether Mortis had been real or a collective Force vision. Regardless, the encounter had intense implications, particularly for Anakin. It reinforced his status as the chosen one, while foreshadowing the terrible possibility that he might fail in his destiny and instead bring darkness to the galaxy from the mystical realm of Mortis. The war soon pulled the Jedi back to more concrete challenges. The Republic learned that Jedi Master Even Pell and Captain Wilhoff Tarkin had been captured while carrying vital intelligence. They possessed coordinates for the Nexus route, a strategic hyperspace lane that could give either side a significant advantage in fleet movements. The prisoners were being held in the Citadel, a separatist detention facility on Lola Su specifically designed to hold Jedi. No one had ever successfully escaped its walls, which featured ray shields, electrified corridors, and motion-triggered laser emitters. The facility was commanded by the sadistic OSI Sobek, who took personal pleasure in breaking the will of his captives. A rescue mission of incredible difficulty was organized. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and a team of their most elite clone troopers, including Captain Rex ARC troopers, Echo and Fives, and other veterans, prepared for the infiltration. Ahsoka, despite being ordered to remain behind due to the extreme danger, secretly joined the mission, believing her skills would be needed. The team used an innovative approach to bypass the Citadel's lifeform scanners. They were carbon frozen, a risky process that suspended their vital signs, allowing R2-D2 and a group of reprogrammed battle droids to transport them as cargo upon arrival. And thawing, they discovered Ahsoka's presence, creating tension between her and Anakin over her disobedience. Infiltrating the facility required traversing a narrow ledge over a cliff face, buffeted by howling winds. One misstep meant certain death once inside. They navigated a labyrinth of security measures, including floors that would incinerate anything that touched them. The team located Master Pell, who revealed he had only memorized half the Nexus route coordinates. Captain Tarkin had the other half, being held in a different cell block. After freeing both prisoners, the expanded group faced the challenge of escaping. Oi Sobek deployed everything at his disposal to recapture or kill them, including commando droids and hunter droids programmed to target Jedi. The team split up to improve their chances, with Anakin and Tarkin leading one group, while Obi-Wan and Pell led the other. During the escape arc, Trooper Echo demonstrated extraordinary bravery when a turret threatened to cut down his brothers. Echo used his body as a shield. The resulting explosion apparently killed him, though his body was never recovered. This sacrifice allowed the others to continue their escape, another instance of individual heroism that characterized the Clone Wars. The two groups eventually reunited and made their way to the Citadel's landing pad for extraction. However, Republic reinforcements could not reach them due to the separatist blockade around Lola Sayu. Forced to find another extraction point, they headed for a ridge where Jedi Master Plune would attempt to break through with gunships. During the journey across Lola Su's harsh landscape, Master Peel was fatally wounded by native creatures. Before dying, he shared his half of the Nexus route information with Ahsoka, having her memorize it just as Tarkin had memorized the other half. His final act ensured the intelligence would not be lost with his death. The survivors reached the extraction point under heavy fire from separatist forces. Master Plune's gunships arrived just in time, and the team escaped with their vital information intact. The mission was considered a success, though at significant cost in lives. During the ordeal, an interesting dynamic developed between Anakin Skywalker and Captain Tarkin. The two found they shared similar views on military authority and the limitations of the Jedi approach to warfare. Tarkin criticized the Jedi's adherence to their moral code, even in wartime, while Anakin expressed frustration with the restraint sometimes placed on him by the Jedi Council. This mutual understanding would eventually form the foundation for their alliance years later, after Anakin's fall to the dark side. Meanwhile, the surviving team members mourned the loss of Echo and the other clones who fell during the mission. Unknown to them, Echo had not perished, but had been captured by separatist forces, his fate to remain a mystery for years to come. The closing chapter of this period of the Clone Wars centered on Ahsoka Tano's growth as both a Jedi and an individual. During a battle on Fuchsia, Ahsoka was separated from her unit and captured by Trossan hunters. These reptilian sportsmen collected prey from across the galaxy, dropping them on the isolated moon of Waska to be hunted for sport. Awakening. In this deadly game, Preserve Ahsoka discovered she was not alone. A small group of survivors had managed to evade the hunters for some time, led by a Jedi Padawan named Khalifa. The group included other Jedi younglings Jinx and Omar, who had been abducted while on training missions. Khalifa's group had adopted a strategy of hiding and surviving rather than fighting back. The younglings had seen many others captured and killed, leaving them demoralized and focused solely on survival. With her combat experience and more developed force abilities, argued for a more proactive approach. She believed they could overcome the hunters if they worked together and used tactics rather than mere flight. Over several harrowing days, transformed the frightened younglings into a coordinated resistance. They set traps, created diversions, and began targeting individual hunters. In one ambush, they managed to kill a Trojan, proving the hunters were not invincible. This victory came at a cost, however. Khalifa, protecting Ahsoka during an attack, was mortally wounded by the Trojan leader, Garnock. With her dying breath, she made Ahsoka promise to look after the others grieving, but more determined than ever, Ahsoka continued, leading the younglings in their fight for survival. Their situation changed dramatically when a new batch of captives was dropped onto the island. Among them was Chewbacca, a Wookiee warrior who had been separated from his people during a battle, though they could not speak each other's languages. Ahsoka and Chewbacca formed an immediate bond. The Wookiees' technical skills proved invaluable. Using parts salvaged from a wrecked hunting pod, Chewbacca constructed a transmitter to signal his home world for help. Meanwhile, Ahsoka developed a bold plan to assault the Trojan floating fortress directly with the younglings and Chewbacca. Ahsoka infiltrated the hunters' base. Fighting broke out across the facility, culminating in a confrontation between Ahsoka and Garnock, the Trojan leader, enraged by the death of his son at the hands of the prey, attacked with blind fury. Ahsoka, maintaining her Jedi discipline despite everything she had endured, defeated Garnock without killing him. However, in his hatred, Garnock attempted one final attack and fell to his death as the hunters' operation collapsed. Reinforcements arrived. General Turul, a Wookiee commander, had received Chewbacca's signal and brought a rescue party in gunships. Together, they evacuated the survivors and returned to Republic space. Ahsoka's reunion with Anakin at the Jedi Temple was emotional for both. He had been searching frantically for his missing Padawan. Fearing the worst, the Jedi Council commended Ahsoka for her leadership and resourcefulness, noting how she had grown from an impulsive student into a capable leader. who could inspire others. This ordeal represented a critical point in Ahsoka's development. She had survived without her lightsabers, without Anakin's guidance. Relying solely on her training and inner strength, she had led others to freedom through a combination of combat skills and compassion. These experiences would shape her approach to future challenges, reinforcing her independence and confidence. In her own judgment, as the third year of the Clone Wars drew to a close, the galaxy had witnessed tremendous change. The Sith continued their machinations from the shadows with betrayals and counterplots that would have far-reaching consequences. The resurrection of Savage Opus and the imminent return of Darth Maul would soon add new complications to an already volatile situation for the Jedi. Order questions were multiplying faster than answers. The mystical encounter on Mortis had reinforced Anakin's status as the Chosen One, while raising disturbing possibilities about his future. Padmé's brief contact with the Separatist Parliament had revealed that not all who opposed the Republic were villains, suggesting the war's narrative was more complex than many Jedi acknowledged. The clone troopers, created to serve the Republic, without question, were increasingly demonstrating individuality and independent thinking from cut law. Quain choosing family over duty to Captain Rex, respecting that choice from Echo and Fives, rising from struggling cadets to decorated heroes. The clones were becoming more than the identical soldiers. They were designed to be the Republic that the Jedi and clones fought to protect. Was changing under the pressures of war, centralizing power, and sacrificing liberties in the name of security. The separatist movement that had begun as a stand against corruption had become increasingly dominated by corporate interests and military leaders rather than idealistic reformers. Between these massive forces stood individuals, making choices that would ultimately shape the galaxy's destiny. Some, like Ahsoka, grew stronger through their trials, finding clarity of purpose in the chaos. Others, like Assange, Ventress, found themselves adrift, their once certain paths disrupted by betrayal, and at the center of it all, Anakin Skywalker continued to walk the knife's edge between savior and destroyer, the chosen one whose ultimate choice remained unmade. Water can drown you, darkness can blind you, and trust can kill you beneath. The waves of Mon Cala, an undersea civil war, erupted that threatened to tear apart one of the Republic's most important aquatic worlds. When King Yaskalina of the Monolamari was assassinated, his young son, Prince Lekar, found himself thrust into a leadership role. He was unprepared for the neighboring Quarren species, long coexisting with the Monolamari, refused to accept Leecher as their new king. Behind this sudden division lurked the manipulative hand of the Separatists, their ambassador, Rift Tamsin, a vicious shark-like. Caradan stoked tensions between the two species. His goal was clear: create chaos, then seize control of Mon Cala. For the Separatist alliance, the Republic responded swiftly. A specialized task force deployed to the ocean planet included Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, his Padawan Ahsoka, Kit Fisto, and Senator Padme Amidala. Supporting them were specially trained clone scuba troopers under Commander Monk. This unique unit was equipped with underwater gear and trained for the three-dimensional combat that oceanic warfare demanded. The Monolamari, military led by Captain Gil Akbar, fought valiantly but found themselves outmatched when the Separatists deployed massive hydroid medusas, jellyfish-like battle droids that electrified the water around them and shrugged off conventional attacks. The Republic forces and Monolamari defenders were pushed back, suffering heavy losses. Prince Leech, overwhelmed by the responsibility thrust upon him and the tactical realities of war, struggled to assert leadership. Captain Akbar and Ahsoka Tano stayed by his side, guiding the young prince as they evaded capture. Ahsoka, not much older than Leia herself, helped him understand that leadership meant more than wearing a crown. It required earning the trust of his people through courage and wisdom. The tide seemed to turn against the Republic when both Anakin and Padme were captured by Separatist forces. The remaining Mon Calamari cities fell one by one just when defeat appeared. Certain unexpected reinforcements arrived from the surface world of Naboo, an army of Gungans led by Jar Jar Binks. Their natural aquatic abilities made them perfect allies in this underwater conflict. With renewed hope, Prince Leech Char took a bold step. He reached out to the Quarren, showing them evidence that Tamsin planned to rule Mon Cala himself, rather than grant the Quarren the autonomy they had been promised. This revelation, combined with Tamsin's increasingly brutal tactics, convinced a Quarren leader to switch sides in the climactic battle for Mon Cala. Prince Lecker personally confronted Rift Tamsin, using an explosive charge attached to a harpoon. The young prince killed the Separatist ambassador, avenging his father's murder. With Tamsin's death and the Mon Calamari and Quarren now united, the Separatists were driven from the planet. The newly crowned King Leech Char pledged to rule both species equally, having learned that true leadership transcends cultural differences. This hardened victory preserved an important Republic ally and showcased the power of unity against those who would exploit division. Years later, many of the Mon Calamari military leaders who survived this civil war, including Akbar himself, would become instrumental in another rebellion against a different kind of tyranny. While undersea battles raged on Monala, another long-standing Republic world faced internal strife that threatened to plunge it into chaos. On Naboo, tensions between the human population and the indigenous Gungan had largely healed since the Trade Federation invasion years earlier, but the Separatists were determined to reopen old wounds. Count Dooku dispatched an agent named Richelieu to Naboo with a specific mission: turn the Gungans against their human neighbors. Using mind control techniques, Richelieu manipulated Boss Lene, leader of the Gungan people, planting suggestions that the humans of Naboo had been exploiting and disrespecting the Gungans. Under this influence, Lion mobilized the Gungan Grand Army to march on the human capital city. The prospect of civil war on Naboo alarmed the Republic, especially given the planet's strategic and symbolic importance. As Chancellor Palpatine's homeworld senator investigated the sudden hostility, they discovered Richelieu's manipulations, but not before Lion was seriously injured in a confrontation with the Gungan army already mobilized and tensions at a breaking point. They needed a replacement leader immediately. In one of the war's more unusual developments, Jar Jar Binks stepped into this role. His physical resemblance to Bose Lean allowed him to impersonate the Gungan leader. Despite his characteristic clumsiness, Jar Jar successfully called off the attack on the, demonstrating unexpected political savvy in navigating the crisis. General Grievous, upon learning of Richelieu's failure, personally led a droid army to Naboo to punish the Gungans for their betrayal of the Separatist cause on the Great Grass Plains, the same battlefield where the Gungans had faced the Trade Federation. Years before, they now stood against Grievous's battle droids. During this engagement, General Tarpals, a veteran Gungan commander, made the ultimate sacrifice. Knowing he could not defeat Grievous, In direct combat, Tarpals impaled the cyborg general with an electropole, leaving himself exposed to a fatal counterattack. This selfless act allowed the Gungan forces to capture Grievous, an achievement few armies could. Claim the victory was short-lived. Count Dooku, learning of Grievous's capture, abducted Anakin Skywalker, who had arrived to assist in the crisis. Dooku proposed a prisoner exchange. Grievous for Skywalker, despite Padmé's reluctance to release such a dangerous enemy. The Republic had little choice but to agree to the terms. The exchange preserved Naboo's peace but demonstrated the war's frustrating cycle. Hard W. Victories often ended in compromise, with key adversaries slipping away to fight another day. Nevertheless, the Gungan people had proven their courage once again, and General Tarpal's sacrifice entered the annals of their proud warrior tradition. The grand theaters of the Clone Wars often overshadowed smaller conflicts and humanitarian crises occurring on worlds far from the major battlefronts on the remote planet Olin. A series of devastating earthquakes created an emergency that required Republic intervention. Though not strategically significant, the suffering of the Dominion Alina people warranted assistance. Commander Wolf and his Wolfpack clone unit were dispatched with relief supplies. Accompanying them were C-3PO and R2-D2, whose linguistic and technical abilities would help communicate with the locals and repair damaged infrastructure. While the clones distributed supplies and medical aid, the droids accidentally discovered a hidden passage leading to Alan's subterranean realm. There, C-3PO encountered the mysterious tree-like Kindo beings who lived in the planet's underground ecosystem. Through his translation skills, 3PO learned the true nature of the disaster. A breach had formed between the surface and underground worlds, disrupting the natural balance. Toxic gases from below were poisoning the surface, while air from above was lethal to the subterranean species. Using an ancient ritual and a mysterious golden seal, the droids helped restore the boundary between the two realms, saving both civilizations. This seemingly minor mission highlighted how the Clone Wars affected even peaceful worlds with no strategic value, and how solutions sometimes required understanding and balance rather than military might. R2-D2 and C-3PO's journey continued with a series of unlikely adventures. Departing Olin, they were captured by diminutive aliens on Patatit Patuna, where their presence accidentally sparked a political revolution. Later, they found themselves aboard a pirate vessel where surprisingly General Grievous had attacked and taken Jedi Master Adi Gallia prisoner. Despite their non-combat programming, the droids engineered an escape, with R2-D2 reprogramming a pirate ship to carry them and the freed Jedi Master back to Republic space. These seemingly tangential adventures underscored how the war touched every corner of the galaxy, creating unlikely heroes, even among those designed merely for protocol and maintenance. While droids found themselves unexpectedly in the spotlight, clone troopers faced their own trials in campaigns that tested not just their combat abilities, but their very humanity. The Republic assault on Umbara would become legendary among the clones as one of the darkest chapters in their shared experience. Known as the Shadow World, Umbara existed in perpetual twilight. Its native flora glowed with bioluminescence, creating eerie blue-green landscapes where visibility was measured in meters rather than kilometers. The Umbaran people, adapted to this environment, had developed advanced technology that gave them significant advantages in the low-light conditions of their home world. Anakin Skywalker's 5,000 First Legion spearheaded the Republic invasion, tasked with capturing the Umbaran capital. Shortly after establishing a beachhead, Anakin received unexpected orders. Chancellor Palpatine personally requested his return to Coruscant, with no explanation, offered command of the 5,001st transfer to Jedi General Pong Krell, a basilisk, known for high victory counts but also for the exceptional casualty rates among troops under his command. Krell's leadership style immediately clashed with the 500's established protocols, where Anakin had valued clone input and adapted strategies to minimize casualties. Krell ordered frontal assaults against heavily fortified positions. He dismissed Captain Rex's concerns about unnecessary losses, treating the clones as expendable resources rather than sentient beings. The situation deteriorated when an Umbaran airbase blocked the 500's advance. Krell ordered a direct assault, a virtual suicide mission given the base's defenses. 3 clones, 5's Jesse and Hardcase, took matters into their own hands against orders. They captured Umbaran starfighters and used them to infiltrate a separatist supply ship. In orbit, Hardcase sacrificed himself to destroy the vessel, removing the Umbaran's reinforcement capabilities, rather than commend this initiative. Krell court-martialed 5's and Jesse for insubordination. He sentenced them to execution, a punishment that shocked even the most regulation-mined clones. Captain Rex delayed the execution, uncomfortable with killing his brothers for an act that had aided their mission. The breaking point came when Krell sent the 5,001st to intercept an Umbaran force. Wearing captured clone armor simultaneously, he sent the 212th Battalion to engage disguised enemy troops in the same area. The result was catastrophic. Clone fought clone in the shadowy forest, each believing they were engaging the enemy. Only when Captain Rex removed his helmet and physically stopped the fighting did the horrific truth emerge. There were no disguised Umbarans. Krell had deliberately pitted Republic forces against each other. Waxer, a clone from the 212th who had previously shown compassion toward a young Twilight girl on Rilo, died in Rex's arms after revealing Krell's orders. His death crystallized the clones' growing suspicion that their general had betrayed them. In a calculated move, Rex gathered his officers and announced his intention to relieve Krell of command. The confrontation in the Umbaran command center was tense. Krell, his treachery exposed, revealed his true nature. He had foreseen the Republic's fall and the rise of a new power by sabotaging the Umbara campaign. He hoped to impress Count Dooku and secure a place as his new apprentice. Krell attacked with savage force, his dual double-bladed lightsabers, cutting down dozens of clones before they finally subdued him with stun blasts. The final judgment fell to Dogma, a by-the-book trooper who had initially been Krell's staunchest defender. When Krell attempted to manipulate the young clone into freeing him, Dogma instead executed the fallen Jedi with a clean blaster shot. The clones subsequently secured Umbara using native technology, fulfilling their mission. Despite their general's betrayal, the campaign left deep psychological scars on the 5001. Saint Day had been forced to fire on their own brothers and had witnessed a Jedi, one of the generals they were created to serve, betray everything the Republic supposedly stood for Captain Rex. Particularly, the experience planted seeds of doubt about the clone's role as unquestioning soldiers' doubts that would resurface. Dramatically, in the war's final days, from the shadows of Ambarba, the conflict shifted to a confrontation with an ancient evil that had re-emerged in the galaxy. The peaceful Taguta colonists of Kiros suddenly disappeared, all 50 inhabitants, vanishing without explanation. Investigation revealed they had been abducted by Zagarian slavers, a species reviving their once mighty slave empire, with separatists backing this mission. Held particular significance for Anakin Skywalker. Born into slavery, on Tatooine, he harbored deep-seated rage toward slavers. The Jedi Council assigned Anakin, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka to find and free the Taruda captives, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, but perhaps underestimating how it would affect Skywalker emotionally. Their search led them to Zagria itself, where they infiltrated the royal slave auction. Anakin posed as a slave trader, with Ahsoka herself, a Tauta, as his supposedly enslaved prize. Obi-Wan disguised himself as a buyer, interested in labor slaves. Their cover allowed them to gather intelligence, though being surrounded by beings treated as property visibly tested Anakin. Control the operation grew complicated when Anakin attracted the interest of Queen Mirage Sintel. Sensing his power and barely disguised fury, she became determined to break him. To own a Jedi Knight as her personal slave would be the ultimate symbol of Zygeria's resurgent power. Obi-Wan was discovered and subjected to torture in the slave pits, while Ahsoka was confined in a cage, suspended above the royal palace. Anakin walking a dangerous line between maintaining his cover and protecting. His friends appeared to submit to the Queen's authority. This ruse ended when Count Dooku's envoy arrived, exposing the Jedi's true identity. Despite this, Queen Sintel had grown fascinated by Anakin's defiance. She believed she could tame him where others had failed, a fatal miscalculation. The Togruta colonists, meanwhile, had been transported to processing facilities on Kadavo. There they endured brutal conditions designed to break their spirit. Any resistance resulted in collective punishment, an approach meant to crush their will to fight back. When Anakin discovered the colonists' location, he mounted a rescue operation. Dooku, seeing the Queen's infatuation with Skywalker as weakness, ordered her execution. The dying Queen revealed the Kadavo facility's location to Anakin, her final act of defiance against Dooku's betrayal. The liberation of Kadavo became one of the war's most challenging extractions. The facility was designed to prevent escape. Slave enclosures were suspended over acid pools that would activate if unauthorized ships approached. Only through precise coordination between Anakin, Ahsoka, and timely reinforcements from Plun's fleet did they manage to free the Taruda without casualties as the slaves were evacuated. Anakin used the Force to hold the collapsing platform stable, saving hundreds of lives through sheer willpower and connection to the Force. The Zagarian slaving operation was dismantled, and the Togruta of Kuros were reunited on their home world. Though technically a victory, the mission left scars. Anakin's rage towards slavers had nearly compromised the operation multiple times. Obi-Wan had experienced the dehumanizing reality of slavery firsthand, and Ahsoka had confronted a practice that had nearly claimed her people. These emotional wounds would continue to influence all three Jedi as the war progressed. Intelligence operations sometimes required sacrifice and deception, even among allies. When Republic agents uncovered a separatist plot to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine, the Jedi Council devised a controversial counter-strategy. Rather than simply increasing security, they would infiltrate the conspiracy from within. The plan began with a public tragedy. Obi-Wan Kenobi appeared to die shot by a sniper while protecting civilians on Coruscant. The galaxy mourned the famous Jedi Master's death. Anakin Skywalker, devastated by the loss of his former mentor, swore to hunt down the assassin responsible. What Anakin didn't know was that Obi-Wan had faked his death through a painful transformation process. He assumed the identity of his supposed killer, a bounty hunter named Rocco Hardin. The deception was kept secret, even from Anakin and Ahsoka, as their genuine grief would make the ruse more convincing. With his new face and voice, Obi-Wan allowed himself to be arrested and imprisoned in the Republic's high-security detention center. There, he made contact with Moralo Evol, a criminal mastermind known to be organizing the kidnapping plot for Count Dooku. Building rapport with Evil, Obi-Wan positioned himself to join the conspiracy with help from Cad Bane, already recruited for the mission. They staged a prison break. Evil Bane and the disguised Kenobi fled to the Outer Rim, pursued by Republic forces, and more dangerously by Anakin Skywalker, whose rage at Hardin pushed him dangerously close to the dark side. The trio eventually reached Sereno, Count Dooku's homeworld. There, Dooku had organized a deadly competition called the Box, a series of lethal challenges designed to identify the most capable bounty hunters for the kidnapping operation. Only those who survived would earn a place on the team, and the substantial payment offered. The Box tested participants with poison gas chambers, shifting ray shields, hidden sniper droids, and other deadly obstacles. Obi-Wan's Jedi training gave him advantages, though he had to be careful not to reveal his true abilities. His selfless actions, including saving Cad Bane's life at one point, earned him reluctant respect from the other bounty hunters. Surviving the gauntlet, Hardin secured a place on the kidnapping team. Alongside Cad Bane, the plot targeted the Festival of Light on Naboo, where Palpatine would be vulnerable. During public ceremonies, Dooku himself oversaw the operation, showing its importance to the Separatist leadership. When the kidnapping was attempted, Obi-Wan subtly sabotaged the plan from within. Anakin, assigned as Palpatine's bodyguard, confronted Dooku directly, while the Chancellor was seemingly captured by Bane. At the critical moment, Obi-Wan revealed his true identity and helped secure Palpatine's safety. The mission succeeded in protecting the Chancellor and capturing several conspirators, including Bane. However, it came at a significant cost to trust within the Jedi Order. When Anakin learned that Obi-Wan's death had been faked, and that he had been deliberately kept in the dark, his faith in the Jedi Council suffered another blow. From Anakin's perspective, they had manipulated his emotions and betrayed his trust for operational convenience, a stark contrast to the Jedi ideals they claimed to uphold. Palpatine, ever the master manipulator, subtly encouraged Anakin's disillusionment, using the incident to widen the growing rift between Skywalker and the Jedi leadership. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan was left questioning whether the deception had been worth the damage to his friendship with Anakin. Count Dooku, humiliated by the failure of his kidnapping plot, turned his attention to settling another score: the betrayal by Assange, Ventress, and the Night Sisters of Datamir demanded retribution. With Darth Sidious's approval, Dooku ordered General Grievous to launch a campaign of extermination against the Nightister clan on Datamir. Ventress had returned to her sisters, embracing the culture she had been torn from as a child. Under Mother Talzin's guidance, she began healing from her emotional wounds and reconnecting with Night Sister traditions. This peaceful interlude would be brutally short-lived. Grievous's droid army landed on Datamir. In overwhelming force, the Night Sisters, though powerful in their unique brand of force magic, were outnumbered hundreds to one. Ventress rallied her sisters for battle, leading them personally against the mechanical invaders. Mother Talzin employed one of the clan's most forbidden magics, reanimating the dead from their burial grounds to fight alongside the living. These Night Sister zombies tore through the initial droid forces, buying time for the clan. Ventress confronted Grievous directly, seeking to end the battle by eliminating its commander. Despite her considerable skill, the cyborg general's mechanical advantages proved to great. Ventress barely escaped the duel alive, forced to watch as her sisters fell one by one around her from her sanctum. Mother Talzin deployed her most powerful spells. Using a voodoo doll imbued with Dooku's hair, she inflicted agony on the Count from across the galaxy. The attack nearly succeeded, but Dooku, guided by Sidious, used Sith sorcery to shield himself and counter Talzin's magic. As the battle turned against the Night Sisters, Grievous pushed toward the heart of their village, breaking through their defenses. He confronted Mother Talzin in her sanctum. Though her powers were formidable, the sustained effort of her spell against Dooku had weakened her. Grievous struck what appeared to be a fatal blow, causing Talzin's physical form to dissipate into green mist. In reality, Talzin's spirit survived, retreating to a non-corporeal state. But for all practical purposes, the Night Sister clan had been exterminated. Only Ventress and a few scattered sisters who had been off-world survived the massacre. Datamir, once vibrant with mystical energy, fell silent under separatist occupation. Ventress, rescued from the battlefield by her night brother, their ally brother Viscus, was truly alone. She had lost her identity as a Jedi, been betrayed by her Sith master, and now watched her rediscovered cultural heritage destroyed, with nowhere to turn and no one to trust. Ventress would need to forge a new path for herself. The path Ventress chose was unexpected. Turning to bounty hunting, she applied her combat skills and force abilities to a profession where questions about one's past were discouraged. Her first major contract placed her alongside a crew led by a teenage Boba Fett, whose reputation was growing despite his youth. Their mission: protect a valuable shipment on a passenger train crossing Ponto's moon. The cargo turned out to be a young woman named Plum Sodi, being delivered as an unwilling bride to a crime lord. The arrangement, essentially slavery disguised as cultural tradition, stirred something in Ventress. When raiders attacked the train, Ventress fought efficiently alongside Boba's team, which included the Trojan Bosk and the cyborg Dengar. Her skills impressed even these hardened mercenaries, but as they secured their package, Ventress made a decision that surprised even herself. Rather than delivering Plummer to a life of servitude, Ventress freed the girl. She double-crossed her temporary allies, locking Boba himself in the cargo container as ironic punishment, delivering the empty crate with Boba inside to their employer. She collected the bounty and walked away, having followed the letter, but not the spirit of her contract. This act of surprising compassion showed Ventress evolving beyond her conditioning, having experienced slavery in various forms. First to Dooku, then to vengeance. She chose not to perpetuate that cycle, though still far from embracing the light side. She had found a certain moral compass, however unconventional, while Ventress sought a new identity. A far darker presence from the past was about to re-emerge. Savage Opress, guided by Mother Talzin's talisman, searched the outer rim for his long-lost brother. His quest led him to Lotho Minor, a junk world where garbage from across the galaxy accumulated in toxic mountains. There, amid the refuse scavengers, Savage found what remained of Darth Maul, once a proud Sith. Warrior Maul had survived being cut in half by Obi-Wan Kenobi through sheer hatred and dark side energy. His lower body, replaced by a crude, spider-like assembly of scrap metal, he had existed for over a decade in a state of near madness, consumed by revenge fantasies, but unable to act on them. Savage brought his broken brother back to Dathomir, where Mother Talzin's spirit manifested long enough to perform one final service. Using Night Sister magic, she restored Maul's mind and replaced his makeshift legs with proper cybernetic limbs. As consciousness and reason returned, so did Maul's burning hatred for Kenobi and his sense of betrayal by his former master Darth Sidious. Learning of the Clone Wars and seeing evidence of Sidious's grand plan in motion without him, Maul focused his rage on a singular goal: drawing out Obi-Wan Kenobi. With Savage as his apprentice, he massacred an entire village on Rhaeonia, leaving one survivor to deliver a message challenging Kenobi directly, despite warnings from the Jedi Council about the obvious trap. Obi-Wan felt responsible for stopping Maul and traveled to Rhaeonia. Alone there, he confronted his old enemy, visibly shaken by Maul's survival. The brothers overwhelmed, Kenobi beating him severely, but keeping him alive. For prolonged torture, an unexpected ally intervened before Maul could finish his revenge. Assange Ventress, tracking Savage Orzes for the bounty on his head, located the brothers' hideout. Finding Kenobi in chains, she formed an alliance of convenience with her former enemy. Together they faced Maul and Savage in a chaotic four-way lightsaber duel. Though outnumbered and outmatched physically, Kenobi and Ventress used superior tactics to hold their ground. Obi-Wan managed to slice off one of Savage's arms before the brothers were forced to retreat to their ship. Ventress and Kenobi escaped separately, both recognizing they had only delayed a greater threat. Darth Maul, now restored to power and with Savage oppressed as his apprentice, declared that his revenge had only begun. Unlike Dooku, who served Sidious's grand strategy, or Grievous, who commanded separatist armies, Maul represented a wild card in the galactic conflict. His agenda was personal rather than political, driven by decades of festering hatred rather than military objectives. As the fourth year of the Clone Wars progressed, the galaxy faced challenges on multiple fronts. Republic victories were offset by new threats emerging from unexpected quarters. The Jedi found themselves stretched thinner than ever, fighting not just against separatist forces, but against darkness in forms they hadn't anticipated. For the clones, the Umbra campaign had raised disturbing questions about their purpose and the war's leadership. For Anakin Skywalker, the slave liberation mission and Obi-Wan's deception had triggered emotional vulnerabilities that pushed him closer to the edge. For Ventress and Maul, former tools of the Sith, new paths opened outside the traditional conflict between Republic and Separatist, and in the shadows, Darth Sidious watched all these developments with cold calculation, adapting his grand design to incorporate new variables. While maintaining his ultimate goal, the war was entering a phase where traditional battle lines meant less and less, and the true conflict increasingly occurred in the hearts and minds of those caught in its web. Every war has its point of no return, a moment when bridges burn, loyalties shatter, and the path forward changes forever. The brothers Maul and Sage, a press having narrowly escaped their encounter with Obi-Wan Kenobi, embarked on a campaign of terror across the Outer Rim. Their rampage was not random violence, but a calculated effort to build power. They raided colonial outposts, plundered resources, and forced criminal elements to join their growing enterprise. Any who refused faced immediate execution. Their ambitions led them to Florum, the base of operations for Hondo Ono. Pirate Gang Maul recognized that adding Hondo's experienced crew to their forces would significantly expand their reach, but the Weiwei pirate was not easily intimidated, even by former Sith Lords, when Maul and Savage attempted to strongarm Hondo into servitude. They found resistance stiffer than anticipated. The Jedi Council, now fully aware of Maul's return, dispatched Obi-Wan Kenobi and Master Adagalia to track the brothers. Their pursuit led them to Florum, where they confronted the Zabrak warriors amid the pirate stronghold. The ensuing battle showcased the raw power the brothers commanded during a ferocious charge. Savage impaled Master Galia with his horns, killing the respected Jedi Council member, instantly left to face the brothers alone. Obi-Wan adapted his strategy. Rather than attempting to match their combined strength, he focused on defensive maneuvers, leading the fight into narrow corridors where the brothers could not effectively coordinate their attacks. This tactical adjustment paid dividends when Obi-Wan managed to sever Savage's left arm and damage Maul's cybernetic leg. As the tide turned, Hondo rallied his loyal pirates against those who had joined the brothers. Heavy cannon fire from Hondo's men forced the wounded Maul and Savage to retreat to their stolen ship. Though they escaped, both were seriously injured, and their fledgling criminal organization on Florum collapsed for Maul. This defeat provided a valuable lesson. Brute force alone would not achieve his goals or bring down Kenobi. He needed a more sophisticated approach. From this point, Maul shifted his strategy toward building a true criminal empire with political influence, one that could challenge not just Kenobi, but potentially even his former master, Darth Sidious. The Jedi, mourning the loss of Master Galia, recognized that Maul represented a different kind of threat than the Separatists. His vendetta was personal, making him unpredictable and perhaps more dangerous than enemies with purely political motivations. The Council declared tracking Maul and Savage a top priority, though the demands of the wider war would often pull Jedi resources elsewhere. While Maul plotted in the shadows, another conflict unfolded on Alderaan, a world that had fallen to Separatist control through political manipulation. Count Dooku had installed a puppet ruler, King Sanjay Rash, displacing the rightful monarch, Ramses Dendup. This takeover met with fierce resistance from the people who formed a guerrilla movement to restore their legitimate government. The resistance was led by Styla Guerrera and her brother Saw, along with Lux Bonter, the son of the late Separatist Senator Mina Bonter. Though committed to their cause, these rebels lacked the training and experience to effectively combat the battle droids occupying their capital city of Aziz. Seeking assistance, they reached out to the Jedi through Bonter's connections. The Jedi Council faced a dilemma. Was technically a separatist world, and direct Republic military intervention would violate its sovereignty. Yet the Council sympathized with the rebels' legitimate grievances. They devised a compromise. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka would covertly train the rebels but not participate directly in combat operations. This approach would allow the Andoronians to win their freedom through their own efforts while benefiting from Jedi expertise on Andoron. The Jedi established a training camp in the jungle. Outside eyes, they taught the rebels tactics specifically designed for fighting droids, targeting weak points, using terrain advantages, and employing hitandrone attacks that negated the droids' numerical superiority. The rebels proved apt students, particularly in adapting local knowledge of Andoran's urban landscape to military purposes. Ahsoka remained as an advisor after Anakin and Obi-Wan departed, providing guidance while respecting the rebels' autonomy. Under her counsel, the insurgents grew increasingly effective, striking power generators and ambushing droid patrols. Their successes began winning popular support among Andoran citizens who had grown weary of separatist occupation. A complex dynamic emerged within the rebel leadership. Guara, brilliant but impulsive, often bristled at Ahsoka's advice, preferring more aggressive tactics. His sister Styla, demonstrating natural leadership abilities, became the movement's public face. Meanwhile, Lux Bonter and Ahsoka rekindled their connection, their shared experiences, deepening their bond. Despite the professional boundaries Ahsoka maintained as a Jedi advisor, as the rebels gained momentum, Count Dooku grew concerned. He dispatched the tactical droid, General Kalani, with orders to crush the resistance and publicly execute King Dendup as a warning to other worlds considering defiance. This escalation forced the rebels to accelerate their timetable in a daring operation. The resistance fighters attacked Aziz's central plaza during Dendup's scheduled execution. They received unexpected support from Andoronian beast riders mounted on flying Drexel creatures, providing air support against separatist gunships. Additionally, Republic-supplied rocket launchers, smuggled in through back channels, helped level the playing field against armored vehicles. The battle reached its climax as the rebels rescued King Dendup moments before his execution. However, victory came at terrible cost. Stila Guerrera, having just saved the king from falling off a cliff edge, was herself struck by a crashing separatist gunship. She plummeted to her death, despite Ahsoka's desperate attempt to catch her with the Force. The young Jedi, distracted by another gunship's fire, could not maintain her telekinetic grip, a failure that would haunt her. Sacrifice galvanized the remaining rebels. Saw, grief-stricken at his sister's death, channeled his anguish into fierce determination. The separatist forces, facing unexpected resistance and the loss of air superiority, were driven from the capital. King Sanjay Rash was killed by separatist droids under Kalani's command as they retreated. The puppet ruler's usefulness exhausted, with Dendup restored to the throne. Andoron formally rejoined the Republic. The Jedi departed, leaving the Andoronians to rebuild their society. For Ahsoka, the mission had personal significance. Beyond its military outcome, she had witnessed firsthand the human cost of war, the complexities of revolutionary movements, and the painful reality that sometimes even Jedi powers cannot save everyone. This campaign established a template that would influence future rebellions against tyranny by training local resistances rather than fighting their battles for them. The Jedi had found a middle path between non-intervention and direct military engagement. Years later, similar tactics would be employed against a different empire, with veterans like Sorarera among those leading the fight. Far from the battlefields, the heart of the Jedi Order continued beating on Coruscant. And Ilum, where the next generation of Jedi took their first steps toward knighthood on the ice world of Ilum. A group of Jedi initiates participated in a ritual as old as the Order itself, the gathering under the watchful eye of Grandmaster Yoda. These younglings entered the crystal cave to find their kyber crystals, the living heart of the lightsabers. They would construct. Each youngling faced unique challenges within the cave trials that mirrored their personal weaknesses. A Wookiee named Gunji needed patience, waiting for the water covering his crystal to freeze before he could retrieve it. The headstrong Pro learned humility when his apparent success turned out to be a worthless rock rather than a true kyber crystal. Katuni overcame her self-doubt. Zat looked beyond technology to trust his instincts. Biff conquered his fears, and Ganadori found hope amid despair, successfully retrieving their crystals. Before the cave's entrance refos, the initiates boarded the Jedi training cruiser Crucible to begin constructing their lightsabers. The ancient droid professor, Hu Yang, who had guided younglings in sabercrafting for 1,000 years, began instructing them in this sacred art. Their lesson was interrupted when the ship responded to a distress call, a trap set by Hondo Ohnaka, who coveted the valuable kyber crystals. Pirates boarded the Crucible, leading to a confrontation with Ahsoka Tano, who accompanied the younglings as their guardian. Though she fought valiantly, Ahsoka ultimately surrendered to ensure the initiates' safety. Hondo took her captive, returning to Florum with his prize, while the younglings escaped with the damaged ship. Refusing to abandon their guardian, the younglings tracked Hondo to Florum. Using creativity and teamwork, they infiltrated his compound, disguised as a traveling circus. Their acrobatic distractions nearly succeeded in freeing Ahsoka, when an unexpected development changed everything. General Grievous, still smarting from previous encounters with Hondo, attacked the pirate base. With a separatist fleet, chaos erupted as Grievous's forces bombarded the compound. The younglings and newly freed Ahsoka fled into the wilderness, pursued by battle droids. When Grievous himself joined the hunt, Ahsoka faced him in a brief duel to buy the children time to escape, though clearly outmatched by the cyborg general. Her delaying action succeeded until Republic reinforcements arrived, forcing Grievous to withdraw in an unexpected turn. Hondo Ohnaka, impressed by the younglings' courage and facing the destruction of his base, offered them safe passage off-world, the pirate showing a hint of honor beneath his opportunistic exterior declared they had earned his respect through their audacity. This unlikely alliance ensured the young Jedi's safe return to Coruscant. Though their formal lightsaber construction had been interrupted, the initiates had received a more valuable education. They had applied their training in a real crisis, demonstrated resourcefulness under pressure, and learned that sometimes the Force works through unexpected allies. The bond formed between Hondo and these young Jedi would have ripple effects throughout the war and beyond, showing that even a self-serving pirate could occasionally act with principle when sufficiently impressed. Not all heroes in the Clone Wars stood tall or wielded lightsabers. Some of the conflict's most crucial missions fell to overlooked figures like the droids of D-Squad. When Republic intelligence needed to acquire separatist encryption codes, they assembled an unconventional team led by Colonel Imber Gasson, a diminutive Anionian tactician whose strategic brilliance was matched only by his oversized ego. His squad consisted of specialized droids, R2-D2, whose versatility had been proven countless times QTK TA violet-colored astromech. With electrical expertise, you see for a data processing unit M5BSE, a modified astromech, and WAC-47, a dumb series pit droid, whose enthusiasm often outpaced his capabilities. Together, they infiltrated a separatist command ship with a precision that organic operatives could not have achieved, despite some comic mishaps stemming from WAC-47's attempts to assert leadership. And Colonel Gaskin's pomposity, the team successfully stole the encryption module from under the Separatists' photoreceptors. Their return journey, however, took an unexpected detour when their shuttle was damaged and crash-landed on Abafar, a desolate world known as the Void. The featureless white desert of Abafar tested the team's cohesion and resolve, with no landmarks and dwindling resources. Colonel Gascon experienced a crisis of confidence. The droids, particularly R2-D2, demonstrated initiative that challenged Gascon's organic-centric worldview. Their trek across the endless expanse brought them to a separatist-controlled mining town called Pan-Ora. There they discovered an amnesiac clone commando working as a dishwasher in a local diner. This was Gregor, a soldier believed killed at the Battle of Sish, one of the Republic's worst defeats, though initially resistant to their claims. About his identity, Gregor's memories returned when presented with evidence of his past. The revelation of his true nature reawakened his sense of duty as Dwad prepared to leave. Abafar, with their vital intelligent separatist forces, moved to intercept them. Gregor, reclaiming his commando armor and weapons, volunteered to stay behind and cover their escape. In a display of heroism worthy of his elite training, Gregor held off dozens of battle droids, giving Dwad time to reach their shuttle, his apparent sacrifice disappearing in a massive Pekati explosion allowed the mission to continue. Though his actual fate remained uncertain, Dwad's ordeal was not over. Returning to Republic space, they discovered a separatist plot to destroy a crucial strategy conference using an ion bomb placed aboard a hijacked Republic cruiser. The ship's crew had been replaced with disguised commando droids programmed to crash the vessel into the conference station. Colonel Gascon and his droids infiltrated the doomed cruiser and worked to disable the bomb in the mission's desperate final moments. R2-D2 demonstrated extraordinary bravery. Realizing the bomb could not be defused in time, the astromech jettisoned it and himself into space. The explosion damaged R2 severely but saved countless lives. Republic forces recovered the heroic who was later repaired. Colonel Gascon, humbled by the experience, acknowledged that courage and sacrifice were not exclusive to organic beings. The encryption module they had obtained would prove invaluable in upcoming campaigns, allowing Republic forces to anticipate separatist movements and save thousands of lives through intelligence rather than direct combat. This unlikely team success demonstrated that in the Clone Wars, victory often depended on overlooked heroes operating far from the spotlight. D-Squad's mission highlighted that valor came in all sizes and forms, from tiny colonels to maintenance droids, and that prejudice about who could be a hero often blinded beings to the allies around them. While D-Squad carried out their mission, a far darker development unfolded in the criminal underworld. Darth Maul and Savage Opress, having recovered from their wounds on Florum, drifted near death in their damaged ship. Their salvation came from an unexpected quarter when they were rescued by Deathwatch, the Mandalorian splinter group led by Pre-Vissler Death. Watch had established a hidden camp on Zanbar after their earlier failure to overthrow Duchess Satin's pacifist government on Mandalore. Vizsla saw potential in the wounded warriors, particularly after learning Maul's identity as a former Sith. For his part, Maul recognized an opportunity to rebuild his power base with warriors whose combat skills were legendary across the galaxy. The alliance they formed was built on mutual need, but undermined by mutual deception. Both Maul and Vizsla intended to use the other for their own ends. Maul sought revenge against Kenobi, and ultimately a power base to challenge Sidious. Vizsla wanted Mandalore, with the brothers serving as disposable tools in his ascent. Together they began recruiting criminal organizations into what would become known as the Shadow Collective. Their first target was Black Sun, a sprawling crime syndicate operating from a fortress on Mustafa. When the syndicate's leaders refused to join, Maul made his point emphatically by having Savage defeat them, all with a single throw of his lightsaber. The surviving members quickly pledged their allegiance. The Pike Syndicate, seeing Black Sun's fate, joined more readily. Even the Hutt Grand Council was forced to negotiate, though Jabba and some other Hutts initially resisted, until Maul and his allies personally confronted the council, killing some and forcing the rest to join the Shadow Collective. Within weeks, Maul had assembled a criminal alliance combining resources that dwarfed anything previously seen in the galactic underworld. With this army of gangsters, Maul and Vizsla turned their attention to Mandalore. Their plan was cunning in its simplicity. First, the criminal elements would unleash a wave of violence across Sindari, the domed capital city. Then, when Duchess Satine's government proved unable to contain these attacks, Death Watch would arrive as saviors, eliminating the criminals they themselves had sent. The scheme worked perfectly. Black Sun enforcers, Pike assassins, and Hutt gunmen created chaos throughout Mandalore. Public confidence in Satine's pacifist government collapsed as citizens found themselves unprotected when Death Watch swooped in to eliminate the criminals. They were greeted as heroes rather than terrorists. Vizsla wasted no time consolidating power. He arrested Duchess Satine for her supposed failures, installing himself as Mandalore's new ruler and reinstating Almec, the corrupt former prime minister, as his puppet administrator with popular support. Behind him, Vizsla believed his position secure enough to betray Maul. Death Watch soldiers ambushed and imprisoned both Maul and Savage. Once the takeover succeeded, Vizsla had never intended to share rule with non-Mandalorians, particularly former Sith, whom he viewed as tools rather than partners. But Vizsla had miscalculated badly. Maul escaped confinement and challenged Vizsla to single combat for Mandalore's leadership, invoking ancient Mandalorian tradition that the Death Watch leader could not refuse without losing face. Their duel in the throne room was among the war's most ferocious. Vizsla deployed his entire arsenal: the dark saber, flamethrowers, jetpack missiles, and wrist-mounted whistling birds against Maul's lightsaber and force abilities. Despite his impressive skills, Vizsla was ultimately outmatched. Maul decapitated him with a dark saber, claiming both the weapon and leadership of Death Watch by right of conquest. Most Death Watch members, honoring their warrior code, knelt before their new leader, but one faction refused to accept an outsider as ruler, led by Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine's sister. These Mandalorians branded Maul a Sith pretender and fled to form the resistance group known as the Night Owls. With Mandalore under his control, Maul installed Almec as the public face of government while ruling from the shadows. His next move targeted his most personal enemy. Maul allowed the imprisoned Duchess, Satine, to transmit a distress call to Obi-Wan Kenobi, knowing the Jedi would come despite the Republic's official non-intervention policy toward Mandalore. Kenobi, unable to ignore Satine's plea, traveled to Mandalore in disguise. His rescue attempt failed when Maul's forces captured him at the spaceport. Brought before Maul in the throne room, Kenobi watched helplessly as Maul murdered Satine with the dark saber, plunging the blade through her heart as she professed her love for Obi-Wan. With her dying breath, this act of calculated cruelty was Maul's revenge for Kenobi's defeat of him on Naboo years earlier by killing someone Obi-Wan loved rather than killing the Jedi himself. Maul ensured his enemy would suffer as he had suffered, yet even in this moment of apparent triumph, Maul's plans began unraveling. Bakeetan's night owls attacked the palace, freeing Kenobi from captivity. As they escaped, Bakutan urged Obi-Wan to inform the Republic of Mandalore's fall, hoping for intervention. Despite the planet's neutral status, civil war erupted across Sundari between Maul's Death Watch loyalists and Bakeetan's resistance. Maul's growing influence did not go unnoticed by his former master Darth Sidious. Perceiving a potential threat to his grand design, decided to eliminate this rogue element personally. He traveled to Mandalore and confronted Maul and Sarge in the throne room of Sundari. Their reunion was briefly subdued. Maul knelt before Sidious, addressing him as master, while Savage watched wearily. This moment of apparent submission shattered when Sidious ignited twin lightsabers and attacked without warning. What followed demonstrated why Sidious was the Dark Lord of the Sith. Despite facing two powerful warriors simultaneously, Sidious maintained complete control of the engagement. His lightsaber technique was flawless, his command of the Force overwhelming. When Savage attempted to overpower him with brute strength, Sidious simply outmaneuvered him. The duel moved through the palace, showcasing Sidious' mastery. As he toyed with both opponents, the inevitable conclusion came when Sidious impaled Savage through the chest as the massive Zabra died. Mother Talzin's magics faded from his body, returning him to his original form. Maul, enraged and grief-stricken at his brother's death, fought on alone with desperate intensity. It was not enough. Sidious disarmed and subdued Maul with contemptuous ease, battering him with Force lightning when he begged for mercy rather than killing his former apprentice. Sidious declared he had other uses for Maul. The broken Zabra was taken to the Spire prison on Stygian Prime. His brief reign over Mandalore ended. The Shadow Collective collapsed without Maul's leadership. Mandalore itself remained in turmoil, caught between Almec's corrupt administration and Bakeetan's insurgency. The Republic, still honoring Mandalore's technical neutrality, did not intervene immediately, though events would soon force their hand. For Sidious, the Mandalore incident represented a minor correction to his plans. Maul had been an unpredictable variable, a remnant of an earlier phase, now safely contained. With this distraction eliminated, Sidious could return his attention to the grand design, approaching its culmination as the war ground on the strain began showing even within the Jedi Order itself. The temple on Coruscant, once a sanctuary of peace and meditation, became the target of a devastating attack. A bomb detonated in the Jedi Temple hangar, killing several Jedi Knights and clone troopers working there. The bombing shook the Order to its core, that someone could breach their security and strike at the heart of the Jedi Temple. suggested either extraordinary capabilities or inside knowledge. Anakin Skywalker and led the investigation, combing through wreckage for clues. Their search identified the bomber as Jacko Bomani, a munitions specialist who had died in the explosion. Suspicion fell on his wife, Letter Tour, who had recently acquired nanodroids capable of being weaponized. When confronted, Letter requested to speak with Ahsoka, alone revealing she had fed the nanodroids to her husband, turning him into an unwitting living bomb. Most troubling was Letter's claim that she had been guided by a Jedi who believed the Order had lost its way. Before she could name this mastermind, Letter was choked to death in her prison cell, while Ahsoka stood outside. Security recordings appeared to show Ahsoka using the Force to kill the prisoner, though she had done no such thing. The evidence mounted against Ahsoka records showed her keycard had accessed Letter's cell, and clone witnesses reported seeing her near the scene when military police, led by Commander Fox, attempted to arrest her. Ahsoka panicked and fled, inadvertently reinforcing the appearance of guilt on the run in Coruscant's lower levels. Ahsoka reached out to Anakin while evading pursuers. Her situation grew more complicated when she encountered Asajj Ventress, now working as a bounty hunter, seeking the reward for Ahsoka's capture. In an unlikely turn, Ventress sensed Ahsoka's genuine desperation and allied with her, recognizing a fellow warrior who had been betrayed. Together, they investigated leads that pointed to an abandoned warehouse there. Instead of finding answers, Ahsoka was ambushed by an assailant wearing Ventress's mask and wielding her lightsabers. The attacker knocked Ahsoka unconscious and surrounded her with evidence connecting her to the bombing. Republic forces captured Ahsoka at the warehouse and turned her over to the Jedi Council in a painful session. The Council expelled Ahsoka from the Jedi Order pending trial, removing her Padawan braid and surrendering her to Republic military authority. Admiral Tarkin, prosecuting the case, pushed for the death penalty. Anakin, refusing to accept Ahsoka's guilt, conducted his own investigation. Following Ventress's lead about the stolen lightsabers, he confronted Bari Zafi in her quarters at the temple. The young Jedi, once Ahsoka's friend, attacked Anakin. When challenged, their lightsaber duel carried them through the temple halls, ending with Barza's defeat. In a dramatic interruption of Ahsoka's military tribunal, Anakin presented Barz and her confiscated red lightsabers before the court bars, then confessed to orchestrating the entire plot, the bombing, letters, murder, and framing Ahsoka. Her justification silenced the room. The Jedi Order, she declared, had lost its way by becoming generals for a corrupt republic rather than peacekeepers. Her attack had been meant as a wake-up call to an order blind to its own fall from grace. With Barissa's confession, all charges against Ahsoka were dismissed. The Jedi Council, acknowledging their mistake, invited her to rejoin the Order, even suggesting her elevation to Jedi Knight for enduring this trial. But the experience had fundamentally altered Ahsoka's relationship with the institution she had served since childhood. In one of the war's most poignant moments, Ahsoka refused reinstatement. Despite Anakin's emotional pleas, she returned her Padawan braid to him and walked away from the Jedi Temple. Her departure represented more than personal choice. It symbolized the growing cracks in the Jedi Order itself. For Anakin, losing Ahsoka severed a crucial emotional anchor. His apprentice had become family, and her decision to leave after the Council's betrayal reinforced his own doubts about Jedi leadership. The seeds of his eventual fall deepened their roots in this soil of mistrust and abandonment. For the Republic, Ahsoka's trial exposed troubling questions about military justice and civil liberties during wartime, that even a Jedi Padawan could be railroaded toward execution based on circumstantial evidence suggested. How far the Republic had strayed from its founding principles, and for Ahsoka herself, walking away meant forging a new identity beyond the structures that had defined her life. Her choice represented both loss and possibility. The pain of leaving behind her Jedi family, balanced against the freedom to define her own path forward. As the fifth year of the Clone Wars came to a close, the galaxy stood at a precipice. Maul had been contained, but not eliminated. Mandalore teetered on the brink of civil war. The Jedi Order had lost one of its brightest young members to disillusionment, and Darth Sidious operating from the shadows as Chancellor Palpatine watched as every crisis pushed the Republic further toward the transformation he had long envisioned. The point of no return had been crossed. Events now moved inexorably toward a conclusion that would reshape the galaxy for generations to come. The final act of the Clone Wars was about to begin, with consequences few could imagine and none could escape. Truth can be the most dangerous weapon in any war. As the Clone Wars reached their final stages, the foundations of the conflict began to crack, revealing terrifying secrets that threatened to unravel everything the Republic fought to protect. The first cracks appeared during a routine battle on Ringo Vinda, where Republic forces were locked in combat with Separatist defenders around a massive space station. Clone trooper Tup, a reliable soldier with an unblemished service record, suddenly fell into a trike state during the fighting. His eyes glazed over, his movements became mechanical, and he marched directly toward Jedi General Typler without warning or hesitation. Tup raised his blaster and shot the Jedi at point-blank range, killing her instantly. The shock rippled through both clone and Jedi ranks. Captain Rex and Fives, Tup's closest comrades, tackled and restrained him as he muttered a disturbing phrase over and over: "Good soldiers follow orders." This haunting mantra, delivered in an emotionless tone, chilled everyone who heard it. General Tipla's twin sister, Tipley, was left stunned by the sudden loss, while the battle momentum shifted as Republic forces retreated with their compromised Trooper. Tup's condition deteriorated rapidly. He alternated between his normal personality, confused and horrified by what he had done, and the trance state where he tried to attack any Jedi who came near. The medical officers could offer no explanation. This strange behavior in a clone trooper raised alarming questions about the entire clone army's reliability. The Republic High Command decided to send Tup back to Kamino for comprehensive examination by the clone creators themselves. Fives, refusing to abandon his brother-in-arms, volunteered to accompany him. What began as a medical escort mission would soon transform into a desperate search for the truth that would shake the very foundations of the Republic. On Kamino and Chief Medical Scientist Nala took charge of Tup's case. Her clinical approach immediately clashed with Fives's concern for his friend as an individual rather than a product. This tension escalated when Nalase proposed an invasive procedure that would likely kill Tup in the process of examination. Fives objected, insisting on a less harmful alternative suggested by medical droid A3. When Nala overruled him, Fives took matters into his own hands. With a Z3's help, he secretly conducted a brain scan that revealed something extraordinary. What the Camino Owens had identified as a tumor was actually a biological chip implanted in Tup's brain. More shocking still, when A3 compared the scan to clone medical records, it became clear that every clone trooper had an identical chip. As Tup's condition worsened, the chip in his brain appeared to be degrading, explaining his erratic behavior before dying. Tup experienced a moment of clarity. He grabbed Five's hand and with his final breath whispered a warning. Something terrible was being hidden from the clones, something engineered into their very creation, determined to uncover the truth. Fives convinced A3 to remove the chip from his own brain. For analysis, the procedure was risky, but successful. When they examined the chips side by side, the functional one from Fives and the degraded one from TUP, they discovered something terrifying. These were not medical devices to control aggression as the K. Owens claimed. They were inhibitor chips programmed with secret protocols, including one designated Order 66 that would compel clones to kill. Jedi Nalas, acting on instructions from Count Dooku. Under his Sith identity, Tyrannus attempted to capture Fives and destroy the evidence. The ARC trooper narrowly escaped Camino with his discovery, determined to warn the Republic about the ticking time bomb inside the clone army back on Coruscant. Fives managed to arrange an audience with Chancellor Palpatine himself, bringing the evidence directly to the Republic's highest authority. In a private meeting, Fives presented his findings unaware. He was speaking to the very architect of the grand deception, Palpatine, secretly. Darth Sidious feigned shock, then suddenly triggered an alarm, claiming Fives had attempted to assassinate him, now a fugitive. Fives went into hiding in Coruscant's underworld. Growing increasingly desperate and paranoid, he reached out to the only people he still trusted, Captain Rex and General Skywalker, arranging a clandestine meeting in an abandoned warehouse. Fives tried to explain the conspiracy, his frantic state and disjointed explanations, however, undermined his credibility. He spoke of the Chancellor being involved, of the Cowans engineering their slavery, of the clones being unwitting time bombs. Before he could make Rex and Anakin understand Clone Commander, Fox and a Coruscant guard squad tracked them down in the confrontation that followed. Fox shot Fives dead when the ARC trooper reached for a weapon. Dying in Rex's arms, Fives gasped that he was only trying to do his duty to save his brothers from enslavement by the inhibitor chips. The official report dismissed Fives's claims as delusions caused by a virus that had also affected Tup. The inhibitor chips were characterized as necessary medical devices to prevent aggressive behavior in clones. The investigation was closed. The truth buried. Captain Rex, though, quietly filed his own report documenting Fives's claims, a small act of faith in his fallen brother that would one day prove crucial. Palpatine had successfully contained the threat to his master plan. The Jedi, despite some lingering questions, accepted the official explanation and continued to lead the clone army, unaware they were commanding the very instruments designed for their eventual destruction. The war machine rolled on, drawing ever closer to its terrible conclusion. While the inhibitor chip crisis was diffused through misdirection, another threat to Palpatine's designs emerged from an unexpected quarter: the financial sector. The strain of funding the massive war effort had drained the Republic's treasury, forcing increased dependence on loans from the intergalactic banking clan. However, reports began circulating that the banking clan was engaged in corruption, potentially playing both sides of the conflict. The tenuous situation provided an opportunity for Rush Clovis, a former senator with a complicated history, once exposed as a separatist collaborator. Clovis sought redemption by investigating corruption within the banking clan. He approached Senator Padme Amidala for help, knowing her reputation for integrity could legitimize his findings. Their history complicated matters. Clovis and Padme had once been close, a fact that stirred Anakin Skywalker's jealousy when he learned of their renewed collaboration. Despite Anakin's objections, Padme agreed to help Clovis gather evidence on Scipio, the heavily secured banking clan headquarters world. On Scipio, Padme used her diplomatic access to help Clovis infiltrate the main vault's data systems. What they discovered was stunning. The banking clan's leadership had been systematically embezzling funds, leaving the institution nearly bankrupt. Furthermore, they had been charging different interest rates to Republic and Separatist loans, fueling the war for their own profit. Their investigation did not go unnoticed. When Padme was poisoned by banking clan agents, Anakin rushed to Scipio, finding Clovis attending to his wife. Anakin's jealousy exploded into rage. He brutally beat Clovis, shocking Padme with this display of uncontrolled fury. The incident created a rift between the secret spouses that would not easily heal. Despite the personal drama, the evidence of corruption was irrefutable. The banking clan leadership was arrested, and a new head needed to be appointed. In a surprising turn, the Separatist Parliament and Republic Senate both endorsed Clover for the position, seeing him as trustworthy precisely because neither side fully claimed him. What no one realized was that Count Dooku had orchestrated this outcome. Once Clovis assumed control of the banks, Dooku sprung his trap. Separatist forces invaded Scipio, and Dooku blackmailed Clovis into signing legislation that dramatically raised interest rates on Republic loans while lowering them for the Separatists. The financial attack threatened to underscore the Republic war effort more effectively than any military strike. The Republic responded with force, sending troops to retake the banking clan headquarters. During the battle, Anakin led a team to secure Clovis and Padme, who had been taken hostage in the main vault tower as they attempted to escape a Separatist bombing run damaged the structure. The trio ended up hanging precariously from a collapsed balcony, with Anakin unable to pull both Padme and Clovis to safety. In a moment of redemption, Clovis chose sacrifice over survival, recognizing he had been a pawn in Dooku's game and wanting to atone for endangering Padme. He let go of her hand as Anakin pulled Padme to safety. Clovis plummeted to his death far below, with the Separatists driven from Scipio and the banking clan leadership in disarray. Chancellor Palpatine proposed an emergency measure placing the banks under direct Republic control until stability could be restored. The Senate, desperate for financial security, approved the nationalization. Palpatine promised this was a temporary measure, but those who knew him best understood. He rarely relinquished power. Once acquired, the Scipio crisis accomplished multiple objectives for Palpatine's grand design. It placed the galaxy's financial system directly under his control, eliminating a neutral power that might have opposed his future empire. It drove another wedge between Anakin and Padme, isolating Skywalker further from his emotional supports, and it demonstrated yet again how easily the Senate would trade liberty for security, setting the stage for even greater power grabs to come. Amid the grand machinations of galactic politics, Some missions seemed almost frivolous by comparison. Such was the case when Queen Julia of Bardata requested assistance from the Republic, specifically asking for Representative Jar Jar Binks rather than Jedi intervention. This unusual request raised eyebrows in the Senate and Jedi Council. Alike, Bard, a world strong in spiritual traditions, had historically distrusted the Jedi, accusing them of stealing Force-sensitive children. However, the disappearance of several Doyen masters, Bardata's spiritual leaders, warranted Republic attention despite these tensions. Mace Wu, one of the Jedi Council's most formidable members, was assigned to accompany Jar Jar to Bardata. The pairing seemed almost comical, the stern, nonsense Jedi Master, alongside the clumsy, guarded Gungan representative. Yet this unlikely duo would uncover a threat with connections to some of the war's darkest elements on Bart. Daughter Queen Julia expressed relief at seeing Jar Jar, but dismay at Wu's presence. The relationship between the Queen and the Gungan representative was surprisingly warm, suggesting a previous connection, deeper than mere diplomacy. Respecting local customs, Vindu agreed to remain in the background while Ja took the lead in the investigation. The Bardan royal court was rife with tension. A prophecy of doom hung over their world, connected to the disappearing Doyen masters, when Queen Julia herself vanished during a ritual. The situation escalated from concerning to critical. Ja, genuinely distraught over the Queen's disappearance, displayed a determination that impressed even the stoic Wu. Their investigation led them to an ancient temple where they discovered the culprits, the Frangal cult, a secret society that had infiltrated Bard's government. The cult was abducting Force-sensitive Bardans to harvest their living Force energy for a sinister purpose. That purpose became clear when Jar Jar and Mace discovered Queen Julia being prepared for a sacrificial ritual. The cult's patron was none other than Mother Talzin of the Night Sisters, who had survived her confrontation with Grievous by existing as a spirit. Talzin sought to absorb the Queen's powerful Force essence to restore her physical form in the temple's ritual chamber. Mace Wu battled the cult's Force-wielding priests, while Jar Jar focused on freeing Queen Julia. The Gungan's apparent clumsiness often worked in his favor, allowing him to bumble through traps and guards that a more calculated approach might have triggered as the ritual neared completion. Mother Talzin manifested partially in the physical world. Enraged at the interruption, she engaged Wu in a battle of Force abilities, hurling green lightning and arcane spells against his lightsaber and telekinesis. Meanwhile, Jar reached Julia and freed her from the sacrificial altar, disrupting the energy flow Talzin needed for her restoration, weakened by the ritual's failure. Talzin fled in her spirit form, promising vengeance, but unable to maintain her presence without the sacrificial energy. The cult collapsed with their leader departure, and Bardata's governing council purged the remaining cultists from their ranks. In the aftermath, the Bardatans hailed Jar Jar as their hero queen. Julia, in particular, expressed extreme gratitude, confirming the romantic connection between them. Mace Wu, who had begun the mission dismissive of the Gungan, developed a newfound respect for Jar Jar's unique approach to problem-solving and his genuine courage in the face of danger. The Bardata mission appeared to be a simple side adventure, but it served an important purpose in the wider conflict. It prevented Mother Talzin from regaining physical form, delaying her plans to challenge both the Republic and Separatists with Nightister magic. The threat of Talzin would emerge again in connection with her son, Maul's activities, but for now her ambitions remained thwarted. Even as these various crises played out across the galaxy, the Jedi Order found itself confronting a mystery from its recent past that threatened to undermine the Republic's very foundation. The discovery of Jedi Master Sifo-Dyas's lightsaber in a long-lost shuttle wreckage prompted the Council to reopen the cold case of his disappearance. Sifo-Dyas held particular significance in the history of the Clone Wars. It was in his name that the clone army had been commissioned a decade before. The conflict began, the circumstances surrounding this commission, and Sifo-Dyas's subsequent death had never been fully explained, creating a troubling gap in the Jedi's understanding of the war's origins. Master Plun's discovery of the lightsaber led to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker being tasked with tracing Sifo-Dyas's final movements. Their investigation revealed that official records had been altered. Regarding his last mission, they learned that Sifo-Dyas had been sent to negotiate a settlement between tribes on Fuchsia, but had apparently been diverted to another assignment following the trail to the Pike Syndicate on Obad. The Jedi uncovered disturbing facts. The Pikes confessed that years ago they had been hired by a man called Tyrannus to shoot down Sifo-Dyas's shuttle. They had recovered his body and turned it over to Tyrannus in exchange for control of valuable spice trade routes. The Pikes also produced the remains of Sifo-Dyas's traveling companion, identified as former Chancellor Valor's personal aide. This individual had been carrying details of a secretive mission that Valorum had assigned to Sifo-Dyas outside official Jedi channels, explaining the altered records. When confronted by Count Dooku on Odia, the final piece fell into place. Dooku inadvertently revealed that he and Tyrannus were one and the same by recognizing Valorum's aide, whom he had personally eliminated. This confirmed the shocking truth. Dooku, after leaving the Jedi, but before publicly emerging as a separatist leader, had arranged Sifo-Dyas's death and then assumed his identity to commission the clone army. The implications were staggering. The clone army, backbone of the Republic's war effort, had been created at the behest of a Sith Lord. The Jedi Council, gathering to process this revelation, faced an impossible dilemma. If they revealed the truth, public confidence in the war effort would collapse. Yet, continuing to use an army created by their enemy raised massive ethical and strategic questions. Kayad Mundi voiced what many were thinking. Why would Dooku create an army for his enemies? The question had no satisfying answer, suggesting a layer of manipulation beyond even what they had uncovered. Yoda, with heavy heart, acknowledged that the dark side had clouded their vision. From the beginning, the prophecy warning of darkness was being fulfilled before their eyes. In the end, pragmatism prevailed. The war was at a critical stage, and the Republic had no alternative to the clone army. The Council decided to keep their discovery secret, even from the Senate, while remaining vigilant for further Sith manipulation. This compromise, born of necessity, represented how far the Jedi had strayed from their ideals. Under the pressures of war, the Sifo-Dyas revelation left Yoda particularly troubled. The Grand Master, nearly 900 years old, and the Order's spiritual anchor, began experiencing something he never had before in his long life: communication. From beyond death, the voice of Qui-Gon Jinn, a Jedi Master who had died at the beginning of the crisis that led to the clone wars, called to him through the Force. Such communication was thought impossible according to Jedi teaching. Once a Jedi died, their consciousness was believed to merge with the cosmic force losing individual identity that Qui-Gon could maintain. His selfhood after death suggested either an incredible spiritual breakthrough or a sinister deception. The Jedi Council, concerned that Yoda might be under Sith influence, monitored him closely, but Yoda, trusting his connection to Qui-Gon secretly, departed Coruscant for Dagobah, a remote world strong in the living force there amid the planet's primordial swamps. Yoda communed more deeply with Qui-Gon's spirit on Dagobah. Yoda experienced powerful visions. He witnessed a potential future where the Jedi Temple lay in ruins, where clone troopers marched against their former generals, where darkness spread across the galaxy. These glimpses of what might come left the ancient master shaken, but more determined to find answers guided by Qui-Gon. Spirit Yoda next journeyed to the wellspring of life, a mysterious planet considered the origin point of mid-clans and the Force itself. There he encountered the Force priestesses, 5 enigmatic beings who represented different aspects of the Force. These ancient entities decided to test Yoda's worthiness, to learn the secret of retaining consciousness after death, a skill Qui-Gon had partially mastered before his own passing. The tests were intensely personal. Yoda faced his hubris, confronting how pride in his wisdom and power had blinded him to the darkness growing around the Jedi. He battled his own dark shadow, a manifestation of the buried impulses that exist within even the most enlightened beings. Through these trials, Yoda demonstrated his commitment to selflessness and the light side earning the priestess's approval. Having passed these initial tests, Yoda was guided to Morabend, ancient homeworld of the Sith. This desolate world of red sands and crumbling tombs represented the final crucible on Moraband. Surrounded by the echoes of dark side energy, Yoda would face his greatest challenge, Darth Sidious and Count Dooku. Sensing Yoda's presence through the Force, performed a Sith ritual to break the Jedi Master's spirit. They conjured illusions designed to prey on Yoda's deepest attachments and fears. Yoda witnessed visions of Sidious torturing Anakin, of the Jedi Council slaughtered, of the Republic in flames. The final test came when the illusion presented Yoda with an impossible choice: save Anakin Skywalker or destroy Darth Sidious. This represented the central conflict between Jedi compassion for individuals versus their duty to the greater good. Yoda recognized the false dichotomy by letting go of both attachment to Anakin and hatred of Sidious. He transcended the trap entirely. In the real world, Sidious and Dooku were shocked when their ritual failed. Yoda's mind, rather than breaking under their assault, had grown stronger. For a brief moment, Sidious felt something he rarely experienced: concerned that the Jedi might yet find a path to thwart his grand design. Returning to Coruscant, Yoda carried new wisdom and a technique that would prove vital for the future of the light side. Though he recognized that the Clone Wars were effectively lost with the Jedi and Republic compromised beyond salvation, he had glimpsed another path forward by learning to preserve consciousness after death. Jedi knowledge could survive even the darkest times, awaiting a generation that might restore balance. Yoda shared little of his experience with the Council, knowing they were not ready for such revelations. To Obi-Wan and Anakin, he offered only cryptic guidance that victory might require sacrifice, that the war, as they understood it, was perhaps the wrong war to be fighting. The ancient master had gained perspective beyond the immediate conflict, seeing patterns that extended beyond his own lifetime. As the 6th year of the Clone Wars dawned, the galaxy stood on A precipice, the inhibitor chips remained active in millions of clone troopers, waiting for the command that would turn them against the Jedi. The banking clan had fallen under Palpatine's direct control, giving him unopposed financial power. The dark side clouded everything, obscuring the true nature of the conflict from even the wisest Jedi. Yet, within this gathering darkness, small flames of hope persisted. Captain Rex had recorded Fives' warning about the inhibitor chips, a file that would one day save lives. Yoda had learned techniques that would allow Jedi knowledge to survive beyond the Orde's fall, and throughout the galaxy, individuals on both sides were beginning to question the true purpose of a war that seemed to benefit neither Republic nor Separatist causes. The final acts of the Clone Wars were about to unfold, pushing the galaxy toward a transformation more complete and terrible than anyone imagined. But as Yoda had learned in his spiritual journey, endings sometimes contain the seeds of new beginnings. Even in the Republic's twilight, the first faint glimmers of a future rebellion were taking shape in the end-all wars. Come home. As the Clone Wars reached their final phase, the conflict that had begun on distant battlefields returned to where it started, consuming the very institutions it claimed to protect, and the heroes who had fought to save them. The Republic war machine was faltering on the strategic shipyard world of Anix's Jedi General Mace Wu, and his forces were locked in a grueling battle against Separatist Admiral Trench. Despite superior numbers, Republic tactics failed repeatedly, as if their playbook was an open datapad to the enemy captain. Rex noticed something unsettling about the losses. The Separatists seemed to anticipate their strategies with uncanny precision, countering plans based on battle algorithms Rex had developed alongside his fallen friend Fives. A disturbing theory formed in Rex's mind. His old comrade Echo, presumed dead during the Citadel prison break years earlier, might somehow be alive and forced to provide the Separatists with Republic tactics, though most dismissed this as wishful thinking born from grief. Anakin Skywalker trusted Rex enough to investigate for this unorthodox mission. They needed an unorthodox team enter. Clone Force 99, nicknamed the Bad Batch, a special forces squad of genetically deviant clones. Each member possessed mutations that the Cowans would typically consider defects, but instead created unique combat advantages. Hunter could track targets through enhanced senses crosshair, never missed a shot, regardless of distance or conditions. Tech possessed genius-level intelligence and technical aptitude. Wrecker had superhuman strength that bordered on the mythical. The Bad Batch operated by their own rules, often to the frustration of standard clone units. Their methods were chaotic, their personalities abrasive, but their results unquestionable. When Anakin introduced Rex to this unusual squad, the tension was immediate. The Bad Batch viewed regular clones as inferior copies, while Rex saw them as undisciplined, loose cannons. Their infiltration of a Separatist cyber center on an Axis revealed the unthinkable. A live signal matching Echo's neural pattern was transmitting from Skako Minor, homeworld of the Techno Union. What began as a rescue mission now carried strategic implications for the entire campaign if Echo was being exploited as a living battle. Computer freeing him could turn the tide at an Axis. The journey to Skako Minor took them into rarely explored territory. The native Polyex, mounted on giant flying reptiles, initially resisted their presence, viewing all off-worlders as threats. After techno exploitation through diplomacy and displays of good faith, the team gained passage to Pearl, where Technoforeman Watt Tamber maintained a secret facility. Inside this sterile laboratory of horrors, they found Echo, or what remained of him, suspended in a stasis chamber. His body was pale and emaciated, with cybernetic implants fused to his skull and torso. The once proud, ARC trooper had been reduced to a living computer, his mind trapped in an endless feedback loop of tactical calculations. When Rex removed him from the chamber, Echo was disoriented and distant, struggling to comprehend his rescue. After years of exploitation, the team fought their way out of the facility, facing waves of security droids as Echo clung weakly to life back on Anaxis. Despite his fragile condition, Echo insisted on contributing to the campaign. His intimate knowledge of both Republic tactics and how the Separatists were using them created a perfect opportunity for deception. Working with Tech, Echo interfaced directly with Separatist systems, feeding false information to Admiral Trench. They manipulated the Separatist forces into a massive trap at the Anaxis assembly complex where Republic troops waited in ambush. The gambit worked perfectly, believing they were exploiting Republic vulnerabilities. Separatist troops marched into a killing zone as Mace Wu led the ground assault. Anakin took a more direct approach. He boarded Trench's flagship alone, cutting through battle droids to confront the cyborg admiral personally. Though Trench had survived multiple previous encounters with Republic forces, his luck finally ran out in a chilling display of Anakin's darkening methods. He ignored Trench's surrender attempt when the Admiral tried to trigger a massive bomb planted in the assembly complex as a final act of spite. Anakin severed his mechanical arm with his lightsaber. Then coldly and deliberately, he stabbed Trench through the chest, watching him passively as the light faded from the Admiral's eyes. This was not the act of a Jedi peacekeeper, but of a hardened warrior, willing to execute an enemy who had surrendered. The contrast between Anakin's early idealism and this calculated killing demonstrated how the war had changed him, pushing him ever closer to the dark side threshold. With Trench eliminated and his detonator secured, Anakin gave Wrecker the honor of triggering the bomb. Now safely moved to destroy only Separatist forces, the enthusiastic demolitions expert gleefully set off the explosion, symbolically closing the Anaxis campaign with the same chaos that characterized the Bad Batch themselves. In the aftermath, Echo faced an uncertain future. His body, permanently altered by experiments, would never fully recover. His mind, though freed from direct control, carried the scars of years as a living processor. Too changed to return to regular clone service, he found understanding in the company of other military misfits. Clone Force 99 invited Echo to join their ranks, recognizing his unique capabilities and perspective. Echo accepted, finding kinship with these genetic anomalies who had rescued him. As Rex said goodbye to his recovered friend, both understood that Echo had found a place where his differences were strengths, not weaknesses. The liberation of Anaxis marked a Republic victory, but one that highlighted uncomfortable truths. Skywalker was becoming something other than a Jedi. In his methods and ethics, the clone army contained more individuality and humanity than its creators ever intended, and the technological horrors of the war continued to push moral boundaries that would have been unthinkable in peacetime. While galactic-scale battles raged across the Republic's smaller but equally significant journeys, unfolded in the shadows. After walking away from the Jedi Order, Ahsoka found herself adrift in a galaxy that suddenly seemed alien to her. Without the structure and purpose the Order had provided since childhood, she descended to Coruscant's underworld sector 1313, where the war felt distant and the struggle for daily survival took precedence. A speeder bike malfunction led to a chance meeting that would alter her path, crashing into a repair shop run by sisters. Trace and Rafa Mart's Ahsoka found herself among ordinary citizens, struggling to make ends meet, far from the galaxy's power. Centers introducing herself simply as Ashlar. To hide her Jedi past, she began forming connections based on who she was rather than what she had been. The Mart sisters represented two responses to life in Coruscant's depths. Trace embodied optimism and technical skill, dreaming of becoming a pilot despite never leaving Coruscant. Rafa, hardened by life's challenges, focused on profitable schemes regardless of their legality, convinced that looking out for oneself was the only path to security. Ahsoka helped Trace complete work on a starship she had built from salvaged parts, christened the Silver Angel, when Rafa accepted a dangerous but lucrative job, transporting spice from Kessel for the Pike Syndicate. Ahsoka joined the sisters, despite her misgivings, unwilling to let them face the criminal underworld alone. The mission quickly went awry upon learning their cargo was refined spice, destined to become addictive drugs. Trace made an impulsive decision that reflected her moral clarity, but poor business sense. She dumped the entire shipment into hyperspace, leaving them with no product to deliver to the dangerous crime syndicate. Arriving empty-handed at the Pike stronghold on Obadiah, the trio found themselves imprisoned there. Attempts to bluff the Pikes failed, and they faced brutal consequences throughout their captivity and escape attempts. Ahsoka struggled to conceal her Force abilities. Each crisis pushed her closer to revealing her true nature, from mind-tricking guards to making impossible leaps. When Ahsoka finally used the Force openly to protect Trace during their escape, her secret was exposed. Rafa's reaction revealed a personal tragedy connected to the Jedi during a manhunt for Zero the Hutt years. Earlier, a Jedi had redirected a crashing ship away from crowded areas, causing it to hit the Mart's family home. Instead, the sisters' parents died, and the Jedi present offered only cold comfort, speaking of the greater good and the will of the Force. Before leaving the orphaned girls to fend for themselves, this perspective shook Ahsoka. She had never considered how Jedi actions, even well-intentioned ones, could devastate ordinary lives. The Mart sisters had experienced the collateral damage of Jedi operations left behind when the Peacekeepers moved on to the next crisis. Their story represented countless untold civilian tragedies in the wake of the Clone Wars. Despite this revelation, Ahsoka earned the sisters' trust through her selfless actions, even attempting to sacrifice herself to allow their escape from the Pikes. In turn, Trace and Rafa demonstrated unexpected loyalty, returning to rescue Ahsoka. Rather than saving themselves together, they fought their way off Obadiah, fleeing in the Silver Angel. After Ahsoka cleverly overloaded the Pike's power plant back on Coruscant, as Ahsoka prepared to continue her solitary journey, fate intervened. Botan of Mandalore, accompanied by Night Owl warriors, Ursa Wren, and another Mandalore, approached her with urgent news. They had been tracking Pike Syndicate activities when they witnessed Ahsoka's skills on Odie. Now they sought her help against a mutual enemy, Darth Maul, who had resurfaced on Mandalore, though hesitant to be drawn back into the conflict. Ahsoka recognized the significance of Maul's return with encouragement from the Mart's sisters, who urged her to continue helping others as she had helped them. Ahsoka joined Bo-Katan's cause her walkabout through the galaxies. Underside had given her perspective beyond the Jedi viewpoint, preparing her for the crucial role she would play in the war's final act. The Siege of Mandalore represented the intersection of personal vendettas and galactic strategy for Bo-Katan. It was a chance to reclaim her home world from a foreign usurper for the Republic. It offered an opportunity to capture a dangerous war criminal for Ahsoka. It meant confronting the reality of the war she had walked away from when Bo-Katan and Ahsoka approached the Republic for assistance. They met with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker aboard a cruiser. The reunion between Ahsoka and her former master was bittersweet, both clearly missing their partnership despite the circumstances of their separation. After exchanging intelligence about Maul's presence on Mandalore, they hammered out a plan in a gesture that spoke volumes about their bond. Anakin presented Ahsoka with her lightsabers, which he had kept since her departure. He had modified them, replacing their green blades with blue ones. More significantly, he assigned Captain Rex and half of the 5,001st Legion to support her mission. The clone troopers had painted their helmets with markings resembling Ahsoka's facial patterns, a tribute to their former commander. Returning to the field, the planning was interrupted by urgent news. General Grievous had attacked Coruscant and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine. Obi-Wan and Anakin were immediately recalled to the capital, leaving the Mandalore operation to Ahsoka and Rex. Their partying was hurried, but weighted with unspoken emotion, neither knowing it would be their last meeting before tragedy transformed everything. The assault on Mandalore began with spectacular coordination between Bo-Katan's Night Owls and the Republic clone forces. Ahsoka demonstrated her growth as a warrior, leaping from gunships without a parachute, using the Force to guide her descent while taking out anti-aircraft imp placements. Bo-Katan led aerial strikes against Maul's Mandalorian supercommandos, commanded by the ruthless Garaxan, as the Republic-Mandalorian alliance pushed Maul's forces back from Sendari's main plazas. Ahsoka pursued intelligence suggesting Maul's location in the Under's city. Separating from the main force, she followed the trail alone, unaware she was walking into a carefully laid trap. Maul had orchestrated events specifically to draw high-value Jedi to Mandalore. When Ahsoka appeared instead of his anticipated targets, he made no effort to hide his disappointment. He had hoped to face Kenobi, his oldest enemy, or Anakin Skywalker, whom he mentioned with unusual interest. This fixation on Anakin alarmed Ahsoka, who sensed deeper machinations at work from captives, including Prime Minister Almec, before his execution by Saxon and through torture of captive clone commander Jesse Maul. Pieced together Ahsoka's story, learning she had left the Jedi Order created an unexpected opening in his strategy. Perhaps this disillusioned former Jedi could be turned to his viewpoint. Their confrontation in Sendari's throne room revealed Maul's true concerns through visions he had glimpsed. Darth Sidious's grand plan nearing completion, he knew his former master intended to make Anakin Skywalker his new apprentice, replacing Count Dooku and Maul himself. This apocalyptic transition would destroy the Jedi and the Republic, and usher in an age of Sith dominance. In a moment of surprising candor, Maul proposed an alliance with Ahsoka to stop Sidious. His solution was brutal but direct: kill Anakin Skywalker before he could be turned, depriving Sidious of his chosen vessel. For Ahsoka, this represented an impossible choice. The mere suggestion that Anakin could fall to the dark side seemed absurd to her. Yet Maul's knowledge of Sidious's plans carried uncomfortable credibility. When Ahsoka asked what Maul foresaw, his response was chillingly accurate. He explained that every move in the Clone Wars had been calculated by Sidious to achieve one outcome: the destruction of the Jedi and the rise of the Sith. The Republic and Separatists were merely pieces on a Dejeric board, manipulated by a master player they couldn't see. Ultimately, Ahsoka rejected Maul's alliance. When he insisted Anakin must die, her loyalty to her former master outweighed even the catastrophic future. Maul predicted what followed was one of the most spectacular duels of the war, as the former Jedi and the former Sith clashed through Sandari's throne room and up into the city's support beams. Their combat styles reflected their characters perfectly. Maul attacked with brutal efficiency, his double-bladed lightsaber creating walls of red energy. Ahsoka responded with acrobatic grace, her twin blue blades moving in perfect harmony. Their battle carried them higher, above the city, balancing on narrow beams, hundreds of meters above the ground. In the duel's climax, Ahsoka outmaneuvered Maul by predicting his aggression as he lunged. She dodged and disarmed him, leaving him dangling precariously above a fatal fall. Sensing his imminent defeat, Maul panicked, screaming warnings about the coming apocalypse, begging for death rather than capture clone troopers. Secured the former Sith Lord using grappling cables, ignoring his hysterical warnings. As the ravings of a defeated enemy, the victory seemed complete. Maul was captured, his forces defeated, and Bo-Katan installed as regent of a liberated Mandalore. The triumph would prove heartbreakingly brief. Aboard a Republic cruiser bound for Coruscant with the captured Maul, Ahsoka sensed a disturbance in the Force, unlike anything she had experienced. Unknown to her, Anakin Skywalker had fallen to the dark side, becoming Darth Vader and participating in the murder of Mace Wu. The pain she felt echoing through the Force marked the beginning of the Jedi Purge. As she struggled to process these sensations, Rex received a secure communication from Chancellor Palpatine, now revealed as Darth Sidious. The message was simple but devastating: execute Order 66. The moment the inhibitor chips in the clones' brains had been programmed, 4 had arrived. Rex, loyal to Ahsoka beyond all others, fought against his programming with every fiber of his being. His hands shook as he raised his blasters toward her. Through sheer willpower, he managed a final warning: find fives. The reference to their fallen comrade who had discovered the truth about the inhibitor chips was Rex's last gift before his free will was subsumed. Across the ship, clone troopers who had painted their helmets in Ahsoka's honor now turned their weapons against her. The betrayal was total and instantaneous. In the hangar bay, surrounded by troops she had led and fought alongside, Ahsoka found herself defending against lethal fire from those she considered friends. Her loyal astromech droids created distractions, buying her precious seconds to escape. Unlike many Jedi caught in similar situations across the galaxy, Ahsoka refused to kill her attackers. She understood this was not their choice, but programming forced upon them. Using non-lethal tactics, she evaded capture while seeking a way to save Rex from the control mechanism. In a decision born of desperation, Ahsoka released Maul from his containment cell, though she made clear she was not aligning with him, merely creating chaos to cover her own escape. Maul embraced his freedom with vengeful glee, moving through the ship like a force of nature. He tore apart clone troopers and ship systems alike, using the Force to rip bulkheads apart and decapitate soldiers with flying debris. Focused on saving Rex, reaching a medical bay with droid assistance, she accessed the report Rex had filed about Fives' claims. This led her to locate and surgically remove Rex's inhibitor chip, while using the Force to calm his mind when Rex awoke. Free of control, his horror at what had nearly happened matched Ahsoka's own trauma. Now fugitives on their own ship, Ahsoka and Rex fought side by side against the hunting parties of Min-controlled clones. Meanwhile, Maul systematically destroyed the hyperdrive system, sending the cruiser into an uncontrolled descent toward a nearby moon, with the ship breaking apart. Ahsoka and Rex raced for the hangar bay and the last shuttle. They arrived to find Maul already attempting to steal the craft. Ahsoka engaged him briefly, using the Force to pull the shuttle away as he tried to board. Their telekinetic tug-of-war ended when Maul blasted Ahsoka with a Force push that nearly sent her plummeting off the hangar edge. In that moment of distraction, Maul escaped with the shuttle, leaving Ahsoka and Rex seemingly trapped on the doomed vessel. What followed was a desperate race against certain Death Rexes. Astromech droids prepared a Y-wing fighter for escape as the cruiser began breaking apart. In the moon's atmosphere, Clone Commander Jesse, now fully under Order 66 control, led the final assault against Ahsoka. The ship explosively decompressed, causing Jesse and many clone troopers to be pulled into space as Ahsoka acrobatically navigated the collapsing structures. In the final moments, Ahsoka freefall through open space as the cruiser disintegrated around her. Rex, piloting the Y-wing, maneuvered through debris to catch her in midair, pulling off a rescue that seemed impossible. They landed safely on the barren moon below, watching as the remains of the massive cruiser created a fiery meteor shower across the sky. The aftermath was solemn and heartbreaking. Ahsoka and Rex buried the fallen clone troopers who had been their comrades and friends. Each helmet placed on a makeshift marker represented a life ended by programming rather than choice. Jesse's helmet stood prominently among them, a final tribute to a soldier who had served with distinction until the chip stole his autonomy. In a gesture laden with symbolism, Ahsoka dropped her lightsaber among the graves, the weapon that had defined her identity as a Jedi seemed to belong to a past that no longer existed. She and Rex departed in secrecy, vanishing into the vastness of the galaxy as the newly formed Empire consolidated power. Sometime later, a solitary figure in black armor arrived at the crash site. Darth Vader, once Anakin Skywalker, discovered the lightsaber among the clone graves. As he activated the familiar blue blade, something stirred in what remained of the man inside the machine. Whether he sensed Ahsoka had survived remained ambiguous. Overhead, a convo bird associated with the daughter's spirit watched silently, perhaps representing hope that aspects of the light side would endure even in this darkest hour. The Clone Wars had officially ended. Chancellor Palpatine declared himself Emperor. The Jedi Order was destroyed, and the Republic transformed into the Galactic Empire. The conflict that had begun on Geonosis with promises of security and justice concluded with a birth of tyranny Yet even in this bleakest moment, small flames of hope persisted. Ahsoka and Captain Rex survived, carrying the truth of what had happened. The Bad Batch and Echo continued their operations. Genetic anomalies, whose differences might shield them from complete control across the galaxy. Individuals who had been shaped by the Clone Wars would eventually form the seeds of resistance against the Empire. Their war had inadvertently created. The grand deception was complete. A conflict manufactured by Darth Sidious had accomplished exactly what he intended, transforming a republic into an empire with a Sith Lord at its head. The Jedi defenders of peace for 1,000 generations were virtually extinct. The clone army, created to protect the Republic, had become its executioners. As the dust settled on this galaxy-spanning tragedy, the era of the Clone Wars passed into history. The battles that had raged across countless worlds faded into legend, their true purpose obscured by Imperial propaganda. For most citizens of the new Empire, life continued under a different flag. The transition from Republic to Empire, less significant than the promise of peace after years of conflict. But for those who had fought on the front lines, who had believed in the cause they were defending, the truth was far more painful. The Clone Wars had never been about Republic versus separatist, democracy versus autocracy, or even Jedi versus Sith. It had always been Palpatine versus everyone else, a game where all other players were merely pieces to be sacrificed for the Grand Master's checkmate. In this way, the Clone Wars never truly ended. They simply transformed into a different kind of struggle, one that would continue for decades as new heroes arose to challenge the empire built on the war's ashes. The legacy of the Clone Wars would echo through the galaxy's future, a cautionary tale about how democracy can die to thunderous applause, and how easily freedom can be sacrificed on the altar of security.